You used to go to Litterhoff Kennel up in Guilford?
Oh, okay.
Good evening, everybody. It's 6:31. I'm going to call this meeting of the Laconia Planning Board to order. Could we please have a call of the roll, Ms. Graham?
Stacy Susie,
Yes.
Carl Mara,
Here.
Mitch McNeil,
Present.
Bruce Cheney,
Here.
Charlie St. Clair,
Here.
Mike Delavecchio.
Here.
Louis
Here.
Joseph, Scott McWilliam,
Present.
Peter Burnett.
Present and chair. The staff in attendance tonight, we have Kathy Minichi, and we have Kalina Graham, and we thank them for their hard work in preparation for the meeting. A couple of announcements. I don't know if any of you folks are here on the following matters, but they will not be heard tonight for one reason or another. 13 Summer Street was the creation of a multifamily in an existing structure. That was on the agenda at 8.1. And then 8.2, watercraft storage, Endicott North. Lot 114-252-2, proposal for outside storage of watercraft, et cetera. With a waiver request, that's not gonna be heard tonight. Item 11.2 is a request for compliance regarding Lilac Valley development. That's apparently in the process of being agreed to. The parties have reached some sort of a tentative agreement, so we will not be hearing that. That was a compliance one, I think. And the presentation, the conceptual presentation on the former state school property has been postponed to possibly the August 1st meeting. Everything else that's on the agenda should go forward, and we'll try to get through it as clearly as we can. We're going to start with our extension requests. We have 7.1 is the PL 2011-0024 SP and 0026 CUP and a wetlands CUP as well. That's the Langley Cove Developments, a request to extend the approval once again for the 291 unit cluster development and boundary line adjustment, as well as an amendment there. I believe that has to do with the access road. Paugus Woods Development is requesting to extend the approval to the amendment to remove lot 33 to allow for second access. That was approved the last time they were before us. So is there a member of the representative of the applicant here to explain why the board should grant this request for an extension?
Yes.
Well, there he is, Mr. Roki.
Yes. Okay, so one of the requirements to get started with on-site construction for Langley Cove was that we had to put in the off-site improvement for the water line on Weirs Boulevard. It was like 1,900 feet of water line. And that work was actually completed this spring, and that was to the tune of about $1 million. So we've actually started the project in theory right now. Busby's been working on the other two projects, Paugus Woods and Lilac Valley. Both of those are basically complete at this point with all the houses built, and they're planning on rolling right into Langley Cove at this point. Over the last year, we've got all the final permits that we need to actually get going. The AOT permit was up in the air last year, and we resolved all those issues, and we're ready to get going.
So why not start if you're ready to get going?
They just finished the paving on the water line about a week ago, so
Okay.
we're just wrapping that up.
Okay. And the contractor wasn't available to go on to proceed with the next, would you describe what the work is that needs to be done next?
We're gonna actually mobilize, it'll be mobilizing onto the site, like doing the on-site work. But the conditions of approval of Langley Cove were that the off-site water improvement needed to be done before work started on-site.
You need a whole year extension to do that.
To get started working on-site,
Yeah. Is the contractor not available?
no, he's available. Paul's here with me this evening.
I guess I'm not understanding then why you need an extension.
unless you feel we're vested and we're ready to go, we're vested with the million we put into the water line already, then we would not need an extension to just keep moving with the project. We actually haven't started work on site, so we're asking an extension to get going on site, and within a 1-year period, we'll probably never be back in front of you again, because we'll be fully vested at that point.
Right, but unless I'm misunderstanding, you're requesting an extension of the completion date, right?
Yes,
Okay. So if you started now, you would not need an extension, would you not? I mean, if you were to, you've completed one,
we've completed the first part of it, but
Right.
we haven't actually started on the on-site work, which we're just basically extending the approval on the project.
okay,
We feel like as soon as we get onto the site and we get the first phase or two of the road put in, which we feel like we're gonna have done within this year, then we won't even need to come back to you again for another extension, because we'll have upwards of probably $5-6 million worth of infrastructure put into the project at that point.
okay.
And at that
And
point,
and
we
the
feel it
work
would
that
be.
you're describing that you would be doing this year is not, you're not seeking an extension for that portion of it? I mean, there's 3 pieces to this,
Yep,
right?
correct.
Okay. All right, well, now, do any of the board members have questions for the applicant regarding the request for extension?
John, so what kind of completion date would you be looking at, or an extension of 1 year? I guess that's what you're looking for.
Well, the extension is a 1-year extension to be getting work on the site done.
Not necessarily completed.
The
but, yeah.
completion of the site, I mean, completing the entire project is gonna be like 8 years or
Right,
something
right,
like that.
right.
But we haven't actually, I mean, we feel like as soon as we get on site and we do the first 2 phases and actually have the road constructed into Pogus Woods and have units up in that area, that we would be at a fully vested point in the site anyway, and we wouldn't necessarily need to come back for extension requests. We would just be continuing construction from then on.
So you're looking for a 1-year extension on the present application?
Yes, that's it.
And that's the CUP for the steep slopes.
Yep.
CUP for the wetlands.
Yep.
Boundary line adjustment, which was
Woods.
necessary for the access
We had to get
road.
rid of that, we had to get rid of one lot to go into Pogus Woods.
And then, 2015-014 SP site plan, well, that's the second amendment to the original site plan, probably, right?
Yes, probably, yes.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Well, sensing none, what is the pleasure of the board? Do we have a motion? The motion would be to approve the extension of those approvals until, would it be July 2nd, 2024?
So it's 7.
July,
The planning board meeting would be the 2nd.
Oh, I see.
July 2nd, 2024.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I should have asked before, but can somebody explain perhaps what the removal of Lot 33?
That was to allow the access road. There was some dispute as to exactly where the second access road was gonna be, that was going to run from one development into the other. And so in order to do it, they had to remove one of the lots that was shown on the site plan.
Got that.
And to do that, they had to make a boundary line adjustment. Did I
Yeah,
get
the
that right, Tom?
extension of Sarasota had to go right through the middle of one of the lots to go into Langley Cove. Yep.
So my question then is, they need a year extension to put a road in?
No, to do the infrastructure for the lower half of that development, the Langley Cove portion of it. It's mostly site plan work, as Mr. Oakey's correctly pointed out. After all the site plans are in and the lots are available for sale, then they will start selling them.
We'll be-
And,
yeah. We'll be at a vested point also, once we actually have infrastructure in, and then we'll just be continuing development, kind of like what the Paugus Woods development was. After a bunch of the development was put in, we didn't have to keep coming back for extension requests every year.
Because the thing is that that took so long that by the time you were reaching the end of the final phase, the roads were in disrepair because you hadn't put the final blacktop on, right? Until everything was done. I remember that distinctly with the relatives of that road, you were saying, there's potholes in it, and you were like, yeah, but we didn't sell the last lot yet, so we're not done. So that could happen again on Langley Cove. It could happen, I mean, you're saying it'd take 8 years to build it out, but
At the rate they've been putting stuff up lately, it may be quite a bit less than that. I mean, you saw what's happened with Paugus Woods and Lilac Valley in the last couple of years. They've put up a ton of units in a
well,
very short amount of time.
the prices may remain elevated, but the demand may be somewhat less 8 years from now than it is now.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of new development that's been at least approved. So anyway, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the request for an extension on the applications on file. Would the chair like me to identify those applications by number?
No, I think you just specified to the record that the CUPs and boundary line adjustments, et cetera, would be, the extension would be until July 2nd,
2024.
2024, right?
So those steep slope, wetlands, boundary line adjustments are identified on the agenda, and including the amended application. And I would move that the board approve the extension that's requested.
There's been a motion made. There's a second by Mr. Mora. Any further discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? And it looks like it was, what, 7-2?
Thank you very
And
much.
It carries, thank you. All right, 8.1 has been continued to August 1, 8.2 likewise. 8.3,
Still need to do a motion.
pardon me,
Need a motion for that.
for both of them?
To continue, yes.
Okay, well, we have these are based on the request of the applicant. The applicant has requested that PL 2022-114 SP, 13 Summer Street, be continued to August 1st. Is there such a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Mora, second? Anybody?
Second.
Second by Mr. McNeil. Any discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Passed unanimously. Likewise, PL 2023-0043 SP. We have a request from the applicant to continue the public hearing to August 1st of this year. Do we have a motion? A motion by Mr. Mora, second. Mr. McNeil, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, now, 8.3, PL 2023-0048 SP and 0049 CUP. This is Campground CUP. This is Endicott North. It's referred to as MBL 114-2523. Proposal to construct an RV campground with associated groundwork, bathhouse, and pool. The applicant here and ready to proceed? I thought maybe.
Good evening, Nick Schedule from Dubois and King. I'm representing the applicant as the engineer of record for the project.
Good evening, Mr. Skid. Good to see you.
I'm Jonathan Booton, the attorney for the project.
Thank you. Oh, you brought counsel tonight.
Brought counsel. We are continued from the last meeting. I'll just kind of review existing conditions for the site. Route 3 is here. We are one lot away from the town line with Meredith, so there's one lot between us and the town line. Just kind of reviewing the existing conditions. More or less the lot drains from north to south and west to east. Each of these black dotted lines is a drainage area where drainage is leaving the site. So we have 4 drainage areas identified under existing conditions. One is going to a culvert that crosses Route 3. The next one is going to a ditch line on Route 3. And 2 drainage areas are going to the south to the property line.
Polina? I can't come on the screen.
Not that any of us have eyes enough to see.
I can see it, because I can't see what he's doing.
Neither can I.
So the proposed development is for 100-unit RV campground. Basically a access road with interior roadways that are paved and RV and vehicle parking, which are gravel, and green space around. We do have a delineated wetlands on the site on the northern portion. We've kept the buffer for the wetlands, and in order to accomplish the project, we've got some interior small retaining walls at each of the sites, 30 inches or less. And at each of the sites, we've got a rain garden that will drain off each of the sites into a rain garden, which is a depressed area to contain runoff. That runoff will infiltrate into the ground, through a filter layer and vegetation, and then into a stone reservoir. And then that stone reservoir will have a underdrain perforated pipe in it, and then that perforated pipe is connected to a collection system, drainage collection system that's in the roads, and drains down to underground infiltration and treatment. So we have several underground chambers in different locations which store and treat runoff and then release runoff at equivalent or less than pre-development rates. So basically we've got one here that's going to discharge to this point, which is where the existing discharge goes. We have 2 here that combine into a single discharge here, and then this underground will discharge into the collection system and then goes down, continues into the next underground drainage system, and that discharges onto the area where we have the discharge along Route 3. Similarly with the this underground detention, and then this underground detention will go to its splits where when we're dealing with the water quality event where we're treating, we're sending the lower flows to a grass treatment swale, and then higher flows that would bypass that go to where the go to the ditch, and then that goes to the existing culvert under Route 3. As part of the project, we are proposing landscaping along the southern boundary of arborvitae, 2 rows, and conservation mix along any of the slopes where we're disturbing slopes that are 3 to 1 or steeper. Other areas will be loamed and seeded, and then obviously the rain gardens will have plantings that are both drought resistant and designed for up to 6 inches of ponding.
Could you demonstrate by pointing where the high point of the property is and then by where the low point?
Yep. So the high point is actually pretty much where this wetland is like a, it was identified as a vernal pool, so we've kept a 100-foot buffer off of that in order to protect it. But the high point is essentially along this north boundary line. And then the low point, we've got, this kind of shows where the low point is, but these lines with arrows show the, what's called the TC path, which is when you're doing drainage modeling, you're modeling the route of where runoff is going and
Right.
calculating slopes and
Taking into consideration the topography
the
of the.
topography, the slope of the land, and then what's, what the cover is, so if it's paved versus wooded versus grass. So, you know, this high point is actually off property, so we're calculating what's contributing onto our
Understood.
site and then where it leaves the site. So our boundary line is, if you can see it, it's right here. So kind of like the high point probably is here, 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 and probably here, 'cause that comes down this way.
Tell me a little bit about the subsurface geology.
So we've done borings on the site. We've found ledge pretty much throughout at fairly shallow levels. We're planning to remove that ledge through a blasting program. Part of that requirement will include groundwater monitoring for any public water system, public water wells within 1,000 feet. So we've, the project is gonna be over 100,000 square feet of disturbance, so it'll require alteration of terrain permitting.
Right.
So part of that permit process is to do the groundwater monitoring during blasting operations, and then to make sure that there's no impact to water, groundwater.
What is the soil above the, what's the overburden like? I mean, is it porous? Is
C and D soils, so we've had a site-specific soil mapping. The wetland scientist, Tom Sokolowski, did both wetland mapping and site-specific soils. It is a C soil, hydraulic soil C and D. When we did the drainage report, we were conservative and used all C soils, which is more, it's more conservative when you're looking at existing conditions, because it figures that more will infiltrate into the ground
Right.
versus D soils where more will run off.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant? Charlie?
I was up there, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and I came at the property from the back where those condominiums are. There's a tree line there. Is that tree line on your property or their property? And can you show me on that other map where that is?
So the tree line, their property is right here, so this is the boundary for their property. Their property is here. The closest townhomes are probably just off this map.
So is the tree
The
line?
tree line right now is pretty accurate. Some of that tree line is on our property and some of that tree line is on their property. It's probably pretty close to 50-50, I would guess. If you're out there, you may have seen some pink flags. Those were the boundary line. But it's roughly, you know, I would say it's roughly 50-50.
So is that, what are you gonna do with a tree line? Is there gonna be anything done where the tree line is
Yep.
not on your property?
Where it's not on our property? No, I mean, our plan is to not leave our property, so we're not,
On your property, are you gonna do anything to, you know,
so on our
plant
property,
trees or something
we're
that,
putting in arborvitae along this entire boundary, so, we'll have a roadway that runs kind of parallel with the boundary line, and then between the roadway and the boundary line, there'll be plantings of arborvitaes.
the entire length?
Yes.
Do you know how wide that buffer area is gonna be?
It's about 20 feet.
About 20 feet. And talk about drainage, was there any net increase to drainage going off-site, or was it decrease going off-site?
Decreased. It's actually decreased when we switched, based on some feedback from the Conservation Commission, we went from where we were doing stone infiltration areas, kind of like,
Like dry wells?
yeah, within each site.
Yeah.
And it was suggested that maybe we could do some more to treat prior to sending it into those underground infiltration areas. So
Right.
we revised each of the sites to, rather than just have it be a crushed stone to infiltrate, it would be a vegetated area. So it actually kind of slows things down a little bit, and it reduced the amount of runoff. I can give you numbers if you're interested in terms of pre and post.
There's also a reduction to any petrochemicals and other, chemicals that may have infiltrated the surface water. It's part of the purpose of the rain garden, is to do a pre-treatment before it gets into the additional treatment systems.
Couple other questions.
You have the floor, sir. Representative.
I don't have to say follow up.
Mr. Representative,
Follow
sir. No, if I wanna cut you off, I know how to do that.
So under all storms, we analyzed the 2-year, 10-year, 25-year, and 50-year storm events. Under each of those storm events, for all 4 of the drainage areas that we analyzed, all of them are reduced.
Okay.
So I just have a couple other questions, only because I think other people are gonna be asking, or would ask them if they were up here. And it may be that it was in the packet and I missed it. I know that this is not gonna be open in the winter, but are you required to plow all the lanes up there in the wintertime to keep everything open? Do you plan on that?
No.
So that there'll be no plowing up there at all?
Not,
Once the
not at
place
this
is
time.
closed.
And if we get a change in recommendation from fire or police, we'll accommodate it, but we have not gotten that request.
Okay, so that takes out the worrying about where the snow is gonna be pushed and et cetera, and
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
affecting a runoff
it's
and,
very much a seasonal proposal, so only
Yeah.
between,
It's May 15th,
May,
October
August,
15th.
May.
which means there'll be no
October,
salt or sand put down and
Correct.
and
Right.
things that will affect the environment.
Right.
And the lighting, again, facing the townhouses there, any lighting you're gonna have there, again, it's probably in the packet or in the requirements, but that lighting is not gonna be visible from the property per se, because
No.
it's all down?
Yeah.
All the proposed lighting is 3 foot at the highest,
low
downlight
voltage
bollards.
bollard lighting, so just more or less,
It's ambient light.
downcast
Yeah.
ambient light, yeah.
I'm just being devil's advocate, I just wanna go on the record
Yeah,
with this
no, we
stuff
appreciate it.
because.
And there are no proposed street lamps, so there's nothing high on a pole that's gonna bleed into other properties.
Okay. And this doesn't border anywhere along US 3, correct?
It does.
So this is Route 3 right here.
All right, so you're bordering it right there.
Or just have that one access point,
Correct.
the one group, but where's the pool and the community center? Is that block right there?
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
certainly.
I have a few questions. Can you point out where the,
Seriously.
what is it, the Beaver Pond condominium? Where does that abut
Right
along
here.
there? Okay, and if I recall, city ordinance requires that the electric
think so.
be underground, and you are requesting a waiver to that requirement, if I recall,
I don't
because
see-
of the
There's a
lack of
7-year
availability of transformers or something like that?
There's a 7-year wait right now according to
Okay.
Eversource for the
Yeah, I mean,
equipment.
some folks have like, balconies or decks like right along that border, that boundary line. I'm just, there's a reason we have the underground requirement. These folks are gonna be looking at power poles, I would imagine, and power lines.
No,
I
they
I
won't.
don't see a waiver request before us this evening.
It was on the original application, if I recall.
It was. But the power lines are gonna come into the property only so deep, and then they're gonna go underground to the sites where there's gonna you know, each block of site is gonna have like a meter bank and run to the property.
How many
So-
power poles do you envision along that line?
So we envision four. Well, we
Four?
have actually one here. This would come from, we'd pull power from across Route 3 to this pole, and then along, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the last pole is here. Their boundary is here, so there is a portion that would be along their frontage.
So
Okay.
explain that transformer issue again. For why are the transformers essential for underground installation?
So, underground electric would utilize transformers that are pad mounted, and, overhead would use transformers that are pole mounted, like the cans that you would see typically.
So why couldn't you have a pole-mounted transformer at the street and then go down into the ground from there?
I'm not an electrical engineer, but my understanding is that in order to, you can't transform the power until you're getting to each set of 25 units. So the mainline power has to be brought into the point where then it can be transformed down to serve 25 units, so.
Step-down transformer.
Yep.
And so there's a 7-year wait on these these pad transformers that rest on a pad, 7-year wait?
84 months, yeah.
I'm just, you know, again, I have some concerns about that. I don't know if that's something we can address by way of a condition whereby those transformers would be installed when available. Just throwing it out there. I have another couple questions, if I may.
Scott, can I, before you
Sure.
do that, so you're saying go along with what they're planning now, but when it's available to
Then tear down the phone poles and
down.
put it
Yes.
underground?
Yes.
That's
I mean,
ridiculous.
it is a city ordinance. I'd prefer to see that we adhere to it. Again, these folks are gonna also be impacted by utility poles with transformers on top. It's, you know, it's not as visually appealing as an underground type of network of power lines. Just my feeling on that. And I suspect there are some concerns from the abutters. Perhaps we'll hear from some. I have a couple of other questions, if I may.
Sure.
I had some concerns about density. I mean, this is how many campsites, 100 or something? Will there be like rules and regulations about, you know, pets, how big of a dog you might be able to have, or anything like that, or the number of guests that you might be able to accommodate, and all those kinds of rules that make for, you know, good neighbors?
Yeah, there are gonna be, I mean, there's a condo declaration, bylaws and rules and regulations, and those are addressed. I don't know that we've addressed pets specifically, but other than leashed and have to remain.
Yeah, I just have some
on site.
personal experience with a
Yeah.
project like this, when folks had these huge dogs. It must have been, you know, Great Danes or something. They were just huge. Anyway,
But the sites will accommodate at least one car, and, you know, there are rules about, you know, there's no short-term rentals. There are gonna be, you know, there's no large gatherings, things like that allowed on the units. You know, I don't know that we can control whether they have, if they have a camper to accommodate 6 sleepers, then, you know, we'd have to allow
will
it.
there be some kind of a manager or something that folks can contact if
There
they
is,
have
well,
concern?
once the developer sells a certain number of units, it'll turn it over to the condo association, which is formed by statute. So they have to elect a board, and then they will run the condominium according to the declaration that we've put in place.
Okay, thank you.
And we talked about it briefly last time, but we are putting a provision in that if there are any changes to those rules and regulations or provisions in the declaration that impact any city ordinance, they have to come before this board for approval for that change. They can't just make it by majority vote or whatever the provision in the declaration says. You know, if they wanna change something that has nothing to do with any of the site plan regulations, they're free to do that.
Right,
But
right.
if anything does impact zoning or planning, they'll have to come here.
Well, you might want to consider something related to pets, and again, the association can always modify that later if they so choose to do so. I have one more question, if I may. I know that the Conservation Commission had asked to review some of the concerns about this project. Did the Conservation Commission have an opportunity to do that?
They did, we went over
Yeah, we've
their
gone to two
concerns last time.
Conservation Commission meetings.
Is anybody here from Conservation to speak to that? Just curious. Can you summarize what Conservation Commission had to say?
Yeah, I mean, we,
Doesn't look like anybody's here to
We-
represent them, so.
we got a series of comments from our first meeting, and then, the night after we, were here, we went to Conservation to address those. We addressed each of them point by point. I don't know that there was any follow-up after that meeting, if there was any additional comments that the city got, so, presumably we addressed those. I think, certainly they were concerned about runoff, the fact that we were, meeting pre-development runoff, modeling and rates. I felt that addressed that. We did, incorporate rain gardens into every site to provide some additional treatment, as was suggested. You know,
Some of the plantings and
native
landscaping.
plantings in terms of, making sure that they're native plantings. We agreed to, work with the Conservation Commission if they wanted to provide a list of plantings. We certainly would, be able to incorporate that into the landscaping, plans.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant from the board? All right, well, sensing none, we'll open the public hearing this time, 7:08 PM. Are there any abutters here that would like to be heard? If so, please come on up to the mic and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Vicki Vibrooks, I'm the HOA president for Beaver Pond Estates, and my address is 58 Breckenridge Way, Laconia, 03246. And I have a flash drive. We tried to email our presentation, but I hope I did it right. Picture's worth 1,000 words, so we brought some pictures for you.
That's what we said.
Our concern is not that there's development. We realize that there's gonna be development all around us. We're in a CR zoning, so it's inevitable. Our only request or hope, rather, is that we can do it responsibly and respect and preserve the hillside and the trees that we all love in the area. We have some pictures from before and after. When we went to the Conservation Commission meeting with these guys the last time, we had a lot of good conversation. I'm not sure it went anywhere. We're still trying to figure out what we would like as abutters to ask you to encourage them to accomplish before they start construction. The area until 2019 was heavily forested. We have a, there we
There
are.
we go.
You got it? Did it come up? Will they be able to see the,
The board can see yes.
okay.
It won't, it's not gonna be on the audience monitor.
I have to get the camera to it, so hang on.
Oh, excuse me. All right,
So we have a 2019 Google Earth aerial view, and it was all heavily wooded. It's now been stripped of the trees, and what they're contending that they're replacing it with is green space through what they're calling the rain gardens. We've done some homework on that, and instead of being a kind of a natural swale that's filled with drainage materials and plants that would normally just dissipate through the surrounding area, because this is on ledge and because it is a confined area, our concern is that what they're proposing won't be adequate to deal with the runoff problems we're already seeing. Now, granted, we've had ridiculous amounts of rain lately, but that's not the first time it's happened since Beaver Pond existed. In this projection, if we can get it to go, there's a video of the running water coming off of their property, We know that they made some attempts to contain the water by putting down the silk hoses full of, I don't know, whatever the filtration materials are. It really hasn't made a whole lot of difference to us on the property. And the trees that are there now are very sparse. So even by planting the arborvitae, there'll be arborvitae and us. And some of the backs of those condos, if you've seen them, will be at eye level with the bollard lights. So the low-level ones are gonna be right about bedroom height on the back units there. And of course,
Down slope.
because we're downhill, yeah, we're pretty much
So
down
we're
slope.
seeing the whole screen, but I don't think we're getting slide one.
Can we do that? Can I do that?
Who gets to
Let's see.
advance? There you go. So then click to the next one and see if we get that.
So the question is obviously, let's see, how do we do this? Oh, there we go.
There you
So-
go.
So that's where they are, right? And we are below it.
We full screen that?
You guys, I am technically challenged, okay?
Full
The-
screen that?
The airplanes I flew were from 1960 and 1970 vintage, all right? I'm old technology girl here.
You just needs to
Upper
close the
right.
menu and close the thumbnails on the left-hand side.
I think you've hit
I'm
present,
impressed you had a flash drive.
presentation there.
But that much I got done. I'm sorry.
What I would've done.
No clue.
There's that menu. Now, the thumbnails on the left. There we go.
And then just.
Now we
arrow
get
to-
it full
yeah, There we
screen.
go. So,
There you
okay.
go.
Excellent, thank you so much, and thank you for
I
your
knew
patience.
Cleena could figure it out. Here we did a planning board meeting once without her, and we had to use stone knives and
Tablets, stone tablets.
Yeah.
So this is their property, and then immediately to the south of that is Beaver Pond. This is oriented as slightly different. So the high end of Beaver Pond, at the end of Breckenridge, is the area that's going to be most impacted by the runoff, the lights, the noise, and all the other development up there. So, you know, this is the Google Earth picture, so it gives you a good bird's eye view. I'm used to looking at things from 35,000 feet, so this helps me with perspective. So this was, 3 years ago? Because they started work there last year. So this is what it looks like now. I don't know if you can see all of that.
You have a picture of that from Google Earth, though, so we can.
The
look-
new one, they haven't done a new one. We tried to get another one, and I tried to get friends that do the
Drones.
drones to go, and they couldn't do it for me.
So looking at the photos right now, are we looking at your property where the tree line is?
Looking from our property north onto theirs. So north
So that's
and
looking-
northwest and northeast. So these are looking from the back of our property,
Right on your property line?
just at the end of the tree line where they had some things tagged. We didn't want to go onto their property, so this is from the tree edge.
So they've basically clear cut that,
Yes.
okay.
And then, again, this is more of the same. This is what it looks like now. So it's hard to tell from the stills, but this is water coming from their property at the far back edge, or the north edge of our property, the southern edge of where our property meets theirs. And it was running through the brick wall there, I don't know, the block walls. I don't know if you could see those two pictures there. And the one on the far right was about, Steve, 6, 8 inches deep, I guess, probably. And that was not one of the heavy rains. We didn't go out in the monsoon. This was just, you know, one of the 3 or 4 day events that we've had recently.
But this water, runoff is with limited mitigation on their part,
Yes.
right?
Yes, yes, and with open dirt, not with hard surfaces, and
But they really haven't done anything to mitigate it, except you said they put some stuff out. Okay.
so if I can figure out how to get this to work, this is a video. Let's see. That? Ha! There you go, with sound effects. So this is from the back of our property. You can see we get a little trickle off the roof, but that's not what's causing all of this other mess back here. It was, last summer, those those irrigation lines were not exposed. So now, as you can see, it's 12 to 14 inches deep. It's a running stream, and when you get to the lower end of that side along the Breckenridge buildings, it comes over more stone there in a sort of a waterfall thing. And you see, it's not even raining in this picture. This is just ongoing. It's calmed down now, obviously, we haven't rained for a couple of, or, you know, heavy rains for a couple of days. And then it continues all the way down through Beaver Pond Estates because we're on a slope. And the entrance to our property along Roller Coaster Road is the low point on 3 sides. We're kind of in a dish there, if you want to think of it that way. And so this is just the water continuing on down the road. When it gets to the lower end of Breckenridge Way, as you leave the property to the right, the whole area alongside the road now is eroded. So we're going to have to fill it with gravel and whatever else to stabilize it, because it's going to undermine the road eventually. So our big concerns are obviously the runoff. Given that they're likely to go forward with this, and I'm wildly guessing in some form or another, you guys are going to say, go for it. You know, it's good for the town, going to bring in tax revenue and more people to the area. It's all good stuff, right? But we're hoping that before they do anything, or you guys approve it, that those arborvitae be put in first. So there's a buffer between us and their construction projects, because they're going to be moving lots of dirt. They're planning on blasting, because it's very pitched now. I don't know if you've ever pulled an RV, but they don't like going up very steep inclines, especially with a short run. You know, if you get going, coming down Roller Coaster, or coming down Endicott toward High Octane, you can get going pretty fast. Do you know? But when you're in a confined area, it's not easy to tow a vehicle or tow a trailer up a hill. So they're going to have to level a lot of it out and make it a whole lot more flat. So we're asking that before they start that heavy lifting, that they create a barrier for us, at least visually, with those trees, some sort of pond or something to keep the water back a little bit. There are no, in their plans, you know, they have some green space, but no common open area, no common green space. It's all one after another next to each other. And we can't see it. That's not a landscape one, obviously, but we don't see any plans for trees anywhere. So again, it's the vegetation we're concerned about, because that stabilizes the runoff, and that keeps our homeowners a lot happier when they're not listening to the sounds of Niagara Falls in their backyard. Then the other things that have come up before are security, because what we expressed in the last meeting here and at the conservation meeting was that to lock and leave for 6 months with year-round residents 50 feet away is an uncomfortable situation for us. We haven't really heard their plans for security, for monitoring the property, and if they can't get in there, I don't know how there would be a fire, but if fire department can't get in there in any way, they'd have to come in through our complex and go up the hill to get there if they had to in the off-season. So it doesn't snow from November until April. There's bound to be times when it's dry, and if that's closed off, we're concerned about security and safety, obviously.
So you would feel better if it was all plowed? All the streets were plowed there?
Not necessarily, but that there would be access if emergency vehicles had to go through there. Just the main road, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a fire marshal person. We're just next to it, and we're concerned that there really isn't any way to insulate us from potential vandals. Who knows? Somebody goes in and decides to start RVs on fire because nobody's around. I mean, you know, you can't defend against everything, obviously, but we need to know that there's some sort of plan in place for our security. I don't know how to turn this thing off now. Can I just pull it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, that was a very useful. I'm still trying to locate your property on
I just have one question for you.
Route 3. So if I was,
Roller Coaster Road.
is it north of Roller Coaster Road?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I see Breckenridge Way
Yes.
is actually, is that your development, Breckenridge Way?
That's the
With
main
the
road.
access off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Off
and
road.
then, so we're talking roughly across from Hackmatack Campground in that, what now shows here as a wooded area. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm actually looking at it, but I do understand your concerns. And one point is that I don't know if you caught that when the developer, and the developer's representative was there. He was asked about erosion control measures that they will be taking during the construction. I would hope that those would be put in place immediately if the lot has been clear cut. And that would go a long way towards alleviating the runoff you're having now. My understanding was what the developer is promising is that the discharge of runoff of rainwater will not affect your property, that it will be diverted away from your property. And that's what the developer is saying, but we understand your concerns. Members of the board have any questions for the abutter?
I'm not sure I have a question for the abutter, but a question nevertheless. With all due respect to the developer, have we had anybody else look at this to see if it'll work? I mean, how far down does the ledge go, and can we have a third-party look at that?
The third-party review is in process. There was a delay getting the authorization to proceed with that, and we expect to have it by the end of the day tomorrow or early on Thursday.
Okay,
This is a paper copy of some of the slides. I don't know. if
thank you.
it helps anybody.
Just pass that around, and that way we'll have.
So I had a question.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I
That
had a
was
question.
very
Shoot.
I just,
Representative,
I just have one question, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I don't blame you for wanting to sit down.
well, I let her sit down, Charlie. I forgot you're running the meeting.
I had a question, I said that to you.
That's okay.
I just wanted to be clear, so the water, the stream, none of that was ever happening before the trees up there were taken down?
Beaver Pond has always had an issue with drainage because it's a natural funnel for all the properties surrounding it.
Okay.
It was never as bad as it's been, and the erosion is new since last year.
Okay.
The
Okay.
deep erosion, you know. It's always been a problem. We're the first to admit that it's been a problem. It's just become untenable, and we're gonna have to do some serious drainage work on the side of that one building on Breckenridge. We're gonna have to put in trench drains and stuff to do something. We can't let it go on that way. Or hope that in a couple of years it'll be better. We can't.
All right, thank you.
Charlie, can I ask a question?
No, talk with Mike first, because he's right next to you.
All right, thanks. Nick, so, when you go to clear cut a parcel like this, don't you have to get a permit from, Forest and Lands or?
Yeah, the prior owner actually did most of the timbering up there. This current owner did remove some small trees. They were 4 inches or less. They did come to the town, get permission. They did submit the post-cutting reports to the
I
town.
guess my question is, do they require erosion control measures to be taken if they,
And there are
when they clear cut?
There are erosion control measures installed right now. There are silt socks along any areas that were cut.
Okay, are they still intact, then
Yeah,
still?
yeah, I actually went up today,
Operational.
so it did rain pretty heavy yesterday, in the last 2 days.
You think?
So I went up today to see if I could identify any erosion or issues along any of the boundaries. And, you know, I can get my photos if it's necessary, but, I didn't see anything from where our property line was where there was any sign of erosion. I could see where leaves had been moved in terms of, you know, ground leaves, and you could see where the pattern was, where runoff is going. Certainly, we wouldn't dispute that water runs downhill, and under pre-development conditions, even when it was wooded, there was runoff that was leaving our property and going, gravity was taking it downhill. So, when we do our modeling, we model it as woods. So we're modeling it under the wooded condition to represent that as the pre-development condition.
Yep.
You know, unfortunately, the video we saw, it started at their downspout. You could see runoff. We don't have any, you know, if it had started at the property line, I think it would have been more clear if what was happening in terms of where the erosion started. But certainly, when I was there today, I didn't see erosion at the property line. And I specifically looked to try and see where these low points are in the existing conditions. And you can kind of see from the, like, their buildings are here. And, you know, we are getting sheet flow, you know, on some of this area, but our intent is to take advantage of some of these swales that are between, on either side of them. And that's where our stormwater management will discharge to take advantage of, you know, existing drainage patterns and more or less bypass those buildings that are closest to us.
But you have 100 RV sites. And am I correct in you saying that each RV site, which is gonna consist of what, a concrete
So,
pad?
Yeah, it's a 35 by 50 site. It'll be a gravel.
Not concrete,
gravel
gravel.
parking area, impervious area for parking, and
Okay.
then rain garden. So every site will have a rain garden. It's roughly 40 feet long and 7
And then
feet.
under the rain garden, there's a structure to convey
Yep.
the groundwater into a central,
Into those
into
four
this-
drainage.
the rock chamber that you
Yeah.
described.
So it's a perforated under drain, so, you know, we recognize that there's ledge underneath where these rain gardens are, so
Right.
our ability to infiltrate into that ledge is gonna be a crapshoot, you know, some of it will go into the rock, I mean, there are fissures and cracks and
Right.
we'll get into that, but what can't will go into the stone reservoir and then into that perforated pipe. That perforated pipe will slow it down certainly in terms of how quickly it can get into that pipe and then into the drainage system. And then, once it's in that drainage system, it again goes into more storage chambers, so underground storage chambers that, again, detain and increase the residents' time for runoff to then slowly get released out of a pipe that, you know, mimics what's pre-development condition.
Stacy?
So is your water management plan for existing conditions or the conditions after blasting?
Our water management plan is for the final full development of the property.
So
so-
assuming that
yeah.
everything is leveled and,
Well, it's not gonna be, I mean, it's not level, but it will have, you know, it's sloped
It's
with
gonna be
terraces
terraced
and
slightly,
towards the
you
other
said.
sites, but,
'Cause- Right.
yeah, I mean,
but definitely after the alteration?
correct, yeah, I mean, it's designed in order to take all of the new development and treat and store prior to discharge. And
Which
that-
could potentially help downhill.
Stacy, you're on conservation
Yeah.
too, aren't you?
Yeah,
You on the Conservation Commission still?
I missed the meeting after
Okay.
last month. So I did ask them about it and they said that they were satisfied, but I'm not certain that, it didn't get brought up until this past meeting, that some of these plans are for existing conditions. And then if you go and alter your terrain, now you're not looking at proper drainage management.
Well, they still have to get an AOT.
Yeah,
Correct,
the
yep.
the model is set up for, as if it was wooded, so that pre-development
Okay.
is even an improvement on what is happening now because of, you know, no vegetation in a large part of the parcel. So the comparison is if it was wooded, and the final numbers, which are an improvement on that, are as a full build-out has occurred,
Gotcha, okay.
yes.
And I think so there's a net decrease to,
Yeah, and there'll be a significant net decrease from the current conditions, because the pre-development model was set up in a way that's even better than it is now.
This is probably as bad as it's gonna get because the vegetation has been removed, but none of the stormwater infrastructure has been installed, right?
Right.
So this, you know, the current situation theoretically would be
the worst possible.
the worst possible.
Okay.
Well, surely though that, if approved, you would immediately take steps to increase the erosion control measures. Because if this runoff
Sure,
that's
yeah,
being depicted
like,
here by the abutter
Absolutely, we would be required to.
came from, right, you would have to do that.
The AOT permit is gonna include a weekly monitoring during construction, so it'll be reviewed
Yep.
consistently.
Okay, Any other questions?
Could I just comment?
Sure,
I
Kathy.
just wanna make sure that I,
So-
cause I thought that you were asking about immediate erosion control measures,
Where's the proposed?
but you're talking about after
Even now,
AOT.
I think immediate if we
If
saw
that
erosion
damage-
on our property and we thought that the runoff situation right now was causing erosion on our property, or as it left our property or on their property, we would want to address it, but.
Well,
from
you
what we've
haven't,
seen, we
you haven't
seen any.
seen the photographs that, prior to tonight, or at all, have you?
Right,
Okay.
and those photographs start at the downspout of their rooftop, so we can't be certain where that runoff is
Right.
generated that's causing the erosion.
But you can be certain, you can assure this board that you will take effective erosion control measures immediately upon approval to make sure that there's no further, if there is any, that there'll be no discharge directly onto the abutter's property,
Beaver Pond has an.
except in an extreme event, obviously.
Sure, I mean, I think what we would say is we would still need to and want to and have to discharge at the pre-development rate. So how it has always been, even before it was clear cut,
Right,
there was water leaving our property. And
Yes.
we're not gonna be able to stop water from going downhill.
but you can redirect it away from the abutters, which is your plan, right? Okay. And in the interim, you'll be able to beef up the soil erosion measures, the temporary erosion measures that are in place. That's all I'm trying to
Once
get you to say.
construction starts, temporary erosion control sediment ponds would be excavated so that runoff would be directed to those ponds. So that, again, it can be stored and then released at the same pre-development rate that it's.
That's always a possibility.
All right,
Is there municipal water in that area?
So the project will be extending municipal water from Roller Coaster Road. So the municipal water ends at the Roller Coaster Road and Route 3 intersection.
Are
So
all
you're-
the abutters on, city water?
Beaver Pond is on city water. So,
Okay.
city water runs, from Roller Coaster Road, down Roller Coaster Road to their,
Gotcha.
to their
Okay.
property. I think that's where it ends.
I was just worried about wells.
what about sewer?
Terrace too.
Sewer, there's a pump station right across the street, the Route 3 pump
Oh,
station.
that's right, yep.
Yep.
Good. All right, any other questions for any of these two? Are there any other abutters that wish to be heard? Any other abutters to this project? Any other members of the public that wish to be heard? All right, sensing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing at 7:34 PM.
One comment before you do that?
Sure.
So tonight, we're seeking conditional approval. We've worked with staff and come up with a number of conditions, including the third-party engineer review, which we have had some contact with them, and there will be some things that they bring to our attention that we'll address, but tonight's request is that a conditional approval.
I think all the board would want to know is if you are willing to abide by any recommendations that would be made by the planning department as a result of that completed report, which unfortunately was delayed.
Yeah, yes, I mean, but there may be some back and forth between the engineering.
Because, I mean, the other option is we continue this for a month until we have the
It would be a
report.
condition of approval that the third-party engineer signs off on the plan.
Okay. Would that be acceptable language to direct, the director?
Yeah, actually, I did some, conditions of approval
I
in
saw
case
that.
we got to that point.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see number 2, plan revisions, all recommendations from third-party engineer to be incorporated into the final plans. Final plans set to be submitted to the third-party engineer to confirm inclusion of all recommendations. Final third-party review is at the expense of the applicant.
Yes. All right. So that answers the question. All right. Kathy, did you have
Is that here?
further staff report on this?
And pretty pretty much everything remains the same, just waiting on that third-party review, so there weren't any changes to any of my other comments, my previous comments on the application. I do have a question, the dates, you said May 15th to what? Sorry, what?
May 15th to October 15th, are the
Okay.
date that,
We had April, I think, down,
Yeah.
didn't we?
Yeah, I wasn't
5
sure,
months.
so I will have to, so that'll be 5 months. Just give me 1 second here.
They start,
and we did have one request on the project completion deadlines. There's a deadline of July 11th, 2024. We were hoping to make that October 31st, 2024, just given
terrain permit,
I think we could even do it to 2 years.
referring to the EOT.
yeah, that's what we talked about at the last
Better
meeting.
to ask now than
I
come
mean,
back.
it's better to ask for
2025,
the-
July 11th. Yeah, that would be fine. Because it's gonna take the AOT permit,
because
DES doesn't have a
sometimes
timeline.
I think we've learned in this environment that there's unforeseen delays, especially come construction materials.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Everything on that list.
All right, so that'll be changed to July 11th,
And they have to
2025.
do all these things.
Kathy, did you get that they wanted to move the completion date up to 12? Okay.
Yeah, I did catch that, thank you.
Because I missed that.
I don't see, there's no waiver request on this one, right?
The waiver requests were submitted with the original application.
Sidewalk?
Sidewalk was in there.
Sidewalk and underground utility.
Yes.
Ah. Okay.
So, instead of July 11th. So it'd be July 1st, 2025, rather than July 11th.
July 11th is a Friday.
July 1st, 2025 is fine.
Yep.
Are we expected to act on the waiver requests tonight as well?
Part of the application.
Okay.
Right. So yes, it would be the whole package.
All right, so I get the sidewalk, waiver. There's no sidewalk within a mile in either direction.
They need
Uh,
a sidewalk.
But the underground utility one, it still bothers me. Did the applicant investigate the possibility of doing it without these missing transformers, using the pole transformers instead?
We work directly with Eversource, and this is the only solution they can provide to get power into the site.
Except that we're talking about your equipment, not Eversource's equipment,
No,
right?
Transformers are Eversource's equipment.
So Eversource is saying we won't get any more of these base,
That's
of these
correct.
ground-based transformers for,
Yeah, and we provided as
Years.
part of the supplemental, the, communications from Eversource.
What about the question about requiring it that it be installed in 80 months?
Mike, so
well, that would certainly extend the
Could be a
construction
condition.
period.
Could be a condition to acceptance or approval.
Well, it could be.
Mr. Chair, let me speak a moment. It's, you can bury the line now and just put the transformers on the pole, so when the ground transformer becomes available, you just remove the
Yes.
pole and put the transformer there. So the line will already be buried.
Yep.
I really feel strongly about having sidewalks there because with 100 campers, it's a lot of people. They're gonna be walking up the hill to the restaurant, going to Fun Spot, across the street to Tamarack. I really
And there are
strongly
sidewalks,
would like to have sidewalks.
there are sidewalks in front of Fun Spot and across the street now. That's not a mile away. Just letting you know.
Okay. Then I misspoke earlier. Well, I don't, I don't see a waiver request on the staff report, so, we'll have to
Been
take those up.
addressed in an earlier
Those,
report.
they're separate votes, so we'll have to take them up separately.
Right.
So I have a question.
Sure.
So if we do postpone installing those transformers, how exactly is that going to be policed?
Well, they won't be able to get the final occupancy.
Well, you're putting it, what was the wait, 8 years,
It's 7 years.
7 years?
And that, there's no guarantee they're gonna.
So this
ready
project's
then.
gonna be done long.
Peter, I got a question.
Can we do one at a time?
Yep.
Sure.
The project's gonna be done long before, it's probably gonna be sold off. So why would they come in after the fact and?
Well, if we denied their waiver request regarding the underground utilities, they would have to go back to the drawing board, wouldn't they?
But is that fair? They're just not gonna get the transformers, that's an issue everybody's having.
I don't know. Technically, I can't tell you. All I can say is they've described how they're going to bring the electricity onto the property with a series of poles along the access road. And then presumably, there will be overhead wires that will connect to each of the 100 websites.
No, they'll go underground from the pole, under the road, to every 25 units will have a bank of meters, and they run underground to the sites as well. So it's just the strip along.
So then if we did what's being suggested here, the only change would be is that 8 years from now, the telephone poles could come down and a transformer would be put up at Route 3.
Along the boundary.
Along
It's
the
along
And
the
then,
boundary line.
and then all this new excavation would have to be done long after the,
No.
No.
We're talking
Run the
about that being
conduits
done
down.
now.
Mhm.
The only thing left is to put the transformer on the
Take the
ground.
poles out.
And hook it up.
Yep.
In other words, right now, everything's gonna be up here,
right?
right? Now you plug it in at the road, and it comes in here. They've already put in the wire,
It's underground.
Underground. Mhm.
I'll need a transformer be elevated.
and everything else is underground.
Okay. Rich?
Have you guys tried to source a transformer on your own?
No, but Eversource isn't gonna install something we provide.
Are they gonna continue to maintain it afterwards, or is this gonna become customer-owned equipment?
No, that's,
Their
the
agreement is
poles
they're gonna,
are Eversource's.
okay. Cause I know, in my experience, that they only deal with 2 manufacturers. That's the issue they have right now.
Right.
So,
And
They're locked in-
we're even talking refurbished.
oh,
We're not, they're not new ones.
that shop, I ran that shop for 10 years, so I can speak highly to, they're rebuilding them left and right, cause that's an issue.
My concern about a condition subsequent regarding underground is this is Eversource's equipment. I don't know they'll abide or agree to do this at a later date. We can't
This is
control a third party.
Huge engineering change for Eversource, a cut over from overhead primary to go back to primary
You know,
underground.
unfortunately, this is gonna be a waiver request for any
Well, and it will
significant
also-
subdivision coming
It
into
will
the
also
town.
require that it be done in the off-season, because otherwise there'll be 100 sites with no power for a significant length of time.
Don't the overhead transformers serve the same purpose?
Oh, it's the same thing.
Stepping down the voltage?
From primary to
So
secondary
what
voltage.
would be the huge engineering challenge?
Well, because just the way it's designed, type of wire, there's quite a bit of infrastructure.
But if they put all of that in now,
That's true, yeah. But you essentially, now you've doubled up your infrastructure.
But again, we can't control that Eversource will agree to do that.
If they install underground cable, then hooking that up to the transformer on a pad shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's underground cable
they buy
already.
their own transformers, as you asked. They could have their own electrician hook it up. The hell with Eversource.
We don't.
What is the landscaping like, that would be near the poles?
Those are the 2 rows of arborvitaes that are about 20 feet high, and there's still a wooded buffer on the property line between.
Do you know how high that pole's gonna be?
Big enough for that campground?
35 would be a minimum. Is it gonna run primary voltage?
Yeah, arborvitae's only 20 foot.
So, I mean, one thought is wondering if we could end overhead at this property line, knowing that this property has an application in for watercraft storage, and perhaps they have less concern about it as an abutter than compared with the townhomes. And would it be possible to go underground here to serve, you know, it'd be less underground to do, and then serve these 25 from this pole?
You can put a bank of poles just off Route 3, put all your primary transformers right there, and it's just a longer, because if you put a primary transformer,
It's a lot more
run-
expensive to run
that's a
secondary
given.
versus primary, right?
I'm not hearing that the abutters are complaining about the phone poles. Was that part of it? No, I'm asking you. I didn't see in your presentation any concern for the row of phone poles.
We can kind of go on, keep you guys all night like we did the last time till 11:30. We won't do that.
That's not happening.
That's certainly a concern. I mean, that's a visual issue partly, but also if, in the wintertime, there's no service back there, you know, I'm not a linesman, so I don't know what the exposure is of those power poles and what happens over the winter. We have to look at it. And when they say there's a tree barrier between us, there are a few dead trees, but it's not forested anymore. They're in our backyard, basically. So yes, it is a problem.
Will the power be on in the winter?
Yes.
The lines will be on.
The lines will be
They'll
on.
leave it energized 24/7 year-round.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to clarify that. Any other questions about that waiver request? Okay, let's come back to the sidewalk waiver request. Mike, why don't you speak on that?
With the amount of people that are gonna be in there, they need a stretch of sidewalk. They're gonna be walking up to the front spot, to the bar that just had the car go through the window. They're gonna be walking up the hill.
Right.
We have to start somewhere on that side of the road with sidewalks, and there is sidewalk once you get past the campground on Roller Coaster Road.
That's correct.
Okay. So there would be a section in the middle on the west side of US Route 3 that would be undone, but there would be sidewalk. You said, Charlie, there's sidewalk across the street in front of Hagmatack and the.
No, further up. Just past, like he said, there's sidewalk there in front of the, I know, because the fencing's there, with the car thing is there, you know, the little
Go-kart track.
go-kart track.
Go-kart track
There's
is-
sidewalk there and then across the street.
Okay. In the city budget, did the Public Works Department put any money in for sidewalk construction this year?
Construction?
Yeah,
No.
again. Okay. So what's the, we have to take 3 votes here. I'd say we go with the conditional use permit. Actually, it's a site plan approval, right?
I think we need to do the waivers first, because if we don't do the waivers first, and the waiver doesn't go one way or the other, then the site plan is not gonna be correct. Because then you're gonna have to show X, Y, or Z that you may or may not approve a waiver for.
Good point.
So the only order of operations is waivers first, and then however that pans out is how we go with what's next.
Okay, so that makes sense. So why don't we do the underground utilities waiver request first? Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the waiver for sidewalks.
It's a motion by Mr. Mora. Is there a second?
No,
Just
sidewalks?
Underground utilities.
Which one is it?
I'm doing sidewalks first.
Okay.
Oh,
So there.
Jesus.
I thought you were doing
I'm
that
just gonna leave now.
underground too.
Did he get a
Underground
second? Did
sidewalks.
somebody
No.
second the sidewalk one?
No.
No one seconded it?
I'll second it.
Ah, there has been a
Discussion
second.
of the motion.
May we have discussion on this motion?
This is our opportunity to make that section of roadway safer. once again, with 100 campers, 4 people to a camper, it's 400 people walking up to go to the bar, go to Fun Spot, cross the street to the Tamarack. This is our opportunity to improve that road.
I understand what you're saying, though I think when we look at that location, as it's the second parcel down from Meredith, there's no sidewalk that's gonna be put in to go all the way down to Fun Spot.
Up the hill.
Down the hill, all the way up to Fun Spot. I mean, that's quite some distance there. So we're literally gonna be forcing somebody to put in a sidewalk that potentially will never be connected with anything.
Potentially,
Perhaps.
never is a long time.
How many feet of frontage we got on this road frontage? 532.
And then I think the other important question is that is a state road there, and is the state gonna allow that sidewalk to be put in there?
It's state road all the way up to the bridge, to where the boulevard starts. There's sidewalk up and down.
So, but I
The
think,
road
I think it's a
everywhere.
valid question of, you know,
DOT approval is also gonna be part of a conditional approval. So if DOT balks at the sidewalks, then they're gonna have to deal with it with DOT. The question here is, do we waive the ordinance of the city of Laconia that requires the construction of a sidewalk along the frontage?
Yeah, we're not making up the ordinance. It's
no,
the-
but
No,
it's
it's
only a
there.
regulation, it's not the ordinance, though.
Pardon me?
It's just the the site plan regulation,
Which is an ordinance.
not the city ordinance of.
It's part of the zoning ordinance.
It's meant to
It's the law.
improve the city. When somebody builds something, they're putting a big investment in building 100 sites with all this drainage and terrace. I believe that you're gonna do a good job controlling the water. The extra for a sidewalk is a pittance, but the improvement for that area is tremendous. It's a safety thing.
Anyone else want to be heard on this motion?
Are the existing sidewalks up there, do those get plowed during the winter, or are those just ignored?
Fun Spot on occasion has hit their sidewalks, on occasion, so, yes,
Yes, yeah,
on occasion.
privately, not the.
They are supposed to be maintained by the city's Department of Public Works.
Well, that's another discussion.
Well, no, it's not another discussion. It's also their responsibility.
Okay, then we'll have the discussion. It was not that far back that the city did not do any plowing on Weirs Bridge or up towards Cumberland Farms. They do in fact do that now, when they get around to it, but they do it. And there was a time when the sidewalks were not plowed up towards Dairy Queen and up in that stretch of Union Avenue. They now do that.
Right.
Whether they do it because they want to or are forced to do it, I couldn't tell you. But they do it, and I know they do up in the Weirs area now. And I'm not a resident of Weirs, but I'm up there all the time, and we were pleasantly surprised to see that.
I have had to call them and remind them that Park Street sidewalks need to be plowed.
Right.
They'll have an interesting dilemma this winter because there's a foam pole right in the middle of the new sidewalk, but maybe they'll get rid of that by then.
They should have went underground.
Anything else on this?
Yes, if I may.
Sure.
I know we have this discussion, it seems, every time a sidewalk waiver comes up. Sidewalks to nowhere, DPW now has to plow them. Yeah, maybe there's not a sidewalk nearby or next to it today or tomorrow, but that could change, and hopefully it will in the future. I mean, that area is being highly developed, and I think at some point, sidewalks are gonna be, if not desirable, necessary. So again, let's bite the bullet and say, yeah, it's time to start requiring, as per the ordinance, that sidewalks be constructed. That's
Thank
just
you,
my
Scott.
2 cents.
Mr. Chair, if I might point out that the plowing up there is not really relevant for this particular project sidewalk because they're closed in the winter. We're more concerned about the use of the sidewalk during the busy time of the year.
Well, yeah, but the sidewalk is still a public utility.
I agree with you.
It's a
I
public,
agree with you there.
and although its use in the winter would be less, it does not decrease the city's responsibility to maintain it.
I can-
Anything else on the sidewalk thing?
Mr.
All right.
Chair, if I may,
Sure.
we would be more than happy to put it in as a temporary waiver, and at such point there becomes a sidewalk we can connect to the association would be required to put in the sidewalk at that time.
Would the applicant be willing to estimate the cost of the construction of the sidewalk and pay it into some sort of a fund so that we could use it for a sidewalk somewhere else?
I think
Do we have the authority to even do that? I don't think we do.
legally it has to be for that site.
Well, there's
for
an
that.
issue for you guys to take up after I leave, and that is, if we're going to be granting these sidewalk waivers, then maybe we could put it into a fund, because it's pretty clear that the Department of Public Works is never going to put it in their budget. And the city council is not going to look favorably on $1 million for sidewalks when it's budget time. But that's what it costs to increase the infrastructure of this town. That's what the subdivision regulations and the site plan regulations are for. The purpose of the zoning ordinance is incremental change. That's why we put it in there, you know? There's no grandfathering here, you know?
You have heard of a 2% tax cap.
I have heard of that,
Okay,
and I
so
did vote against it when the Constitution, when the charter was amended.
Maybe many of us did, but the fact
Okay.
remains that is the statutory requirement now.
Well, that is the requirement, but there doesn't absolve any department of the city from doing their job. So,
Question.
with the money available, as may be appropriated by the city council. So,
Can we call the question?
I think the question has been called. So the motion is to approve the sidewalk waiver request of the applicant. All those in favor, raise their hands, please. We have one in favor. All those opposed? We have 8. The motion, the waiver request fails. All right. Second waiver request is the applicant's request to waive the requirement of underground utilities. Would someone care to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we deny the waiver because they could bury the line now, run the PVC up the pole to the transformer. When the ground transformers become available, they get replaced with those.
Okay, so there's a motion to deny the waiver. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Scott. Discussion.
So I have a question. I just want to be clear on this. So what you're doing is you're doing all the, I guess, the legwork first. Everything's buried. And these poles will go up, the transformers, because the other ones aren't available yet.
Correct.
And then at some point down the line, could be 8 years, could be sooner, maybe longer. When that stuff is available, then those poles come down and any wires with them?
You can put a cement pad there and the transformer sits
Well,
on the
and
cement pad.
But as Mr. McNeil has pointed out, it's also possible that this could be done with pole transformers mounted on an assembly on Route 3. And then from there, the distribution network could go underground.
They said it would be much more expensive.
It's likely to be much more expensive. I'm anticipating that notwithstanding the lack of these pad transformers, that underground utilities are generally more expensive. This is, in fact, the reason why they're required, because otherwise developers would not put in underground utilities.
The issue with the plan of doing the work to be able to cut this over when new equipment comes in, who does that work?
The
Eversource
campground
is
would
not
have to
gonna do
pay
that work on their
Eversource to
nickel.
do it.
They're gonna have to hire a private contractor and schedule that with
Either way.
Eversource.
You're right.
Yep, that's gonna be their issue.
Well, yes, but if the waiver request is denied, then they may have to go back to the drawing board in a number of ways. It will affect, it could ultimately affect one of the conditions of approval. They're going to have to get There's a long list on the second page.
They just have to bury the line from pole to pole, or, yeah, it'll be underground from pole to pole rather than overhead. And it'll run up the pole to the transformer. All they'll have to do is pull the poles and set the
Exactly.
above-ground transformer.
Exactly.
It's, you know, it's not a major engineering, re-engineering issue, I don't think, from what I know.
Little more involved than that. but-
Okay, well, yeah, but not much.
Just splice the wires.
Okay, so it's technologically possible, and it's undoubtedly more expensive for the applicant. We've established that. Is there any other discussion about the motion to deny the waiver for underground?
Yes, I'd like my fellow member over here to, when you say a little more expensive, how much?
Oh, I couldn't, I've been out of the ballgame too long, but it's, underground utilities are far more expensive.
Because you have to
Yeah.
use a higher quality.
Well, it's, your insulation level, you're in conduit, putting it in the ground, all that stuff, terminations.
Well, that's nothing new, it's
But
a city
plan
ordinance.
is
Oh, no, I'm not saying that,
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
right.
That's,
Isn't
but
it-
what they're talking about, so setting a bank of primary transformers at the street and then going secondary, they're gonna have to upsize their wire incrementally because of amp loss over a longer period of time. So it just comes down to cost more money.
Absolutely.
Is it
I think we've established that. That's been well established.
Is it better though, in the long run, due to weather concerns, storms and stuff like that, to have this stuff underground?
Yeah.
Isn't that like a cost savings thing potentially?
Here's the trade-off. Installation, if it's done correctly and perfectly, it's great. But if you have an underground fault, it's a magnitude of times 10 to repair that fault compared to an overhead fault.
No insurance for that? when they
Yeah, but the
install?
likelihood of an overhead fault is much higher than an underground fault.
Correct. But an overhead fault, a lineman comes in, they pull a fuse, they pop a splice on it and it's
I
done, whereas an underground
understand
fault,
that.
it's, could be 24 hours,
I understand that, but
especially frost, winter.
but underground doesn't need to be replaced unless it's damaged in some way. Chipmunk.
And the applicant, the engineer asked about having these wires go above ground halfway. Where'd he go? There he is over there. You asked for the potential of having it go halfway along the potential boat storage place
Right,
where,
so to shorten the distance, like, rather than do a bank at Route 3, we
Mhm.
could do, a bank here, which would serve 25, here, which would serve 25, and then theoretically, this one might serve 50.
So there'd be fewer poles
And so
along that.
We would potentially try and eliminate poles along the abutter that's a residential use. And we would maintain poles along the abutter that's a watercraft storage proposal.
Would that proposal be acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, what about the watercraft people? Don't we have some idea how they feel about this? Or are you talking about on your property?
not here.
It's
abutting?
yeah, it's on
You're
their
right.
property.
No, you make a good
Okay.
point.
It's on their property.
That's
They're
on
not
their
here.
property, what do you think about that?
Is that what you're saying, is on your
It would
property?
be on our
Yeah.
property.
I agree.
We're just saying the commercial
But
use
it would
would
be a-
likely have less of an objection
Yeah.
to residential.
Yep.
So go ahead.
I agree with that.
All right,
So I'll
so,
withdraw my motion to deny.
well, no, wait a second. So you're withdrawing your motion to deny it.
Yeah.
So are you making a motion to approve it, subject to the,
But he'll
Condition.
withdraw the second.
With the condition that was just described,
yeah?
just reducing the number of poles by placing a bank along the potential commercial properties boundary.
Can we put this off and let all this get ironed out, let the staff get all this done?
I would prefer.
Well, you can't move forward without knowing whether we're approving their
All right,
waiver or
yep,
not, Bruce.
okay, yep, I'm sorry.
What I'm thinking on out loud here is that we could approve it, subject to the
Can you describe that compromise again, Nick? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I was speaking.
The last
I'm-
poll right
I'm
now
sorry, I
is
apologize.
here. And we would propose to move that last pole so that it wasn't along the residential abutter property line. It would be along the commercial abutter property line.
Okay.
So the wording in the motion could be that the last pole will,
Either
Be in
eliminated
place.
or moved closer to the, whether we can serve 50 units off of this pole or not, I don't, I don't wanna answer that tonight because I don't know the answer.
But if it's necessary to go further, you have to go underground from that
Correct.
point.
From the
Thank you.
from
Thank
this
you.
abutter.
so there'll be no overhead wires at where the two properties are abutting.
Okay, so that's a modified waiver request essentially.
Shouldn't we just make that a condition of approval and then approve a waiver request for the underground utilities?
Modified waiver.
Yes. I think that's,
Condition of
That's
approval.
much cleaner than,
all right, so you're gonna make that motion when it's time. So you write it down right now, so we get it.
Oop.
And, no, they have a waiver request, you brought it up.
Big mouth.
We have a waiver
I'll
request
make the
before
motion,
us.
Peter, that
Please.
we grant the waiver
Subject to.
Subject to the
Subject to
conditions approved.
when it comes up to Beaver Pond property, it goes underground. And the pole, whatever poles are necessary would have to be serviced with the underground cable.
All
To
right.
be changed someday in the future.
Subject to the approval of the planning department. They want to review because it's a plan revision, they're gonna have to do a plan revision. Okay? All right, so that motion is to modify the plan so as to reduce the number of poles and then all the infrastructure from the abutters property line on will be underground.
Perfect.
All right,
You need a second.
Thank you.
and there's a second. Is there any,
Doesn't work.
Pardon me?
If it doesn't work, though, what do they do?
It'll work.
And they'll have to
they
come
don't
back.
build.
It will.
It doesn't work, they can't build. It'll be awful.
It's like the glove that doesn't
It'll be
fit.
a $1 million debacle. Well, you asked.
Okay.
All right,
You may
yeah.
the same number of poles.
I know.
Just put two closer together.
So
I was
can we
wondering
close the
about that.
discussion on this now?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll cut on a call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising their hands. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? All right, so we have 2, the motion carries. Now, the CUP, what everyone's been waiting for. No, actually, it's a site plan. It's application, am I looking at the right one?
I think you need to
May
deal
I
with,
ask a question, please, out of order? I'm sorry, I apologize.
Sure, come right up.
That those poles eventually will come down, all of them, once the hardware is available so that they can be underground? Is that true? So
That
those
is
poles
not
will be
what
there
the-
forever?
That is not what the board has agreed. Hopefully, the arborvitae will be 20, 30 feet tall by then. They do grow fast. All right, so,
the conditional use permits.
yes, we do have,
Will be
that's right.
pushed down.
So we're looking at 2023-0048 SP, that's the site plan, and 0049 CUP at campground. So, do we have a motion? You have before you staff report and recommendation that's rather lengthy and detailed. What is the board's pleasure on this?
Does the staff have anything more to say, people?
Kathy, do you have anything to add?
No, other than the report that I had prepared for last month's meeting, the only thing new are the draft conditions of approval, because we didn't have anything new to comment on.
All right. All right, then. So we're looking for a motion to approve these two docket numbers that I just read. 2023-0048 SP and 49 CUP.
And 71 CUP. Pardon?
Oh,
There are two conditional use permits plus the site plan.
Okay, well, and 71 CUP.
Findings of fact.
That is the motion. Would someone please like to make it at 8:11 PM?
One more caveat.
Can we have a motion and then a second and then discussion?
Do we want to have a?
Well, the
findings
conditions of the
fact?
motion is,
That's what we can discuss, right?
I didn't hear what the comment.
He said what the conditions, do you have a question for staff about the conditions?
well, no, it's not for the staff, it's for the contractor, developer.
Okay, so I'm asking for a motion to approve the docket numbers that have been read 3 times.
Do we need to do a findings of fact first?
We need a motion,
So I'll make a motion.
okay?
This is for PL 2023-0048 SP 0049 Cup, the campground, with all of the conditions that have been put forth by staff to be approved.
And the other CUP, which was
71,
71,
that's the
That-
steep slope.
you meant to include that one?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second to Representative St. Clair's motion?
I'll second.
We have a second by the chair,
Discussion.
by the secretary?
You still need to do a finding too. So you need to do why you're approving it.
Yeah, would you state the finding that,
Go ahead.
I'll never make a motion again. Forgot about that stupid rule. Well, I made the motion because they've covered everything they've been asked to cover. They've got the plan to mitigate the water problem for next door. They're gonna improve the safety up there with the sidewalk. And,
It'll add to the
it's a better,
tourism
it's a better
industry.
project now that we've had these discussions. What's that, Stacy?
It'll add to the tourism industry.
right,
Yes.
one of the goals
All
of
of the
the
above.
as yet unwritten master plan?
All of the above.
Yeah. All right, so we have findings. We have a second discussion.
Discussion. I'm just asking, I'm for this project, believe me, I think it's great for Laconia, the area, the ground. Alls I want is the people in Beaver Brook to be happy, I'm asking you, plant the arborvitae's first, and then put in the drainage catch basins before you really get into removing earth.
We're not gonna be able to put in, we're not gonna be able to stage the construction that way because of the road development and the drainage development is gonna be digging into that ground, so that it's just a,
Can we get the arborvitae's in?
no.
They're gonna do heavy
You have
excavation
to
up there.
blast and all that stuff. You're not gonna wanna plant anything in
I
there.
mean, it's not,
Gonna
it's not
terrace-
any
they have to
resistance to what you're
terrace that
asking, it's just
hillside.
it's a practical impossibility.
I just want to appease the people in Beaver Pond. Okay, if it can't be done, it can't be done, but.
Well, there will be
Fence.
erosion control measures in place. It's in the conditions of approval. From the moment they start to disturb the earth, they are gonna have to do that.
And DES has a whole separate set of them that they'll have to comply with weekly inspections.
With weekly inspections as well. That we're clear on. We went through that with Aqua Vista many years ago. Stacy?
I just had a question on number 7. It says snow storage, and I thought we had talked about, there would be no plowing, but does snow need to be removed over the 7 drainage spots? Is that what you were talking about?
No, that's a general condition, and
That's just
now that we
boilerplate
know
stuff.
that they're not gonna be clearing the roads, that can actually be deleted.
Well, they might actually, if they're going to be putting transformers up on poles, they might wanna at least plow that road in the winter in case they have to get in there. Fire department has to get in there.
Fire department won't require it. Eversource, their goal is, in that situation where there's nobody living there, if they have a fault, they'll either get to it with an off-road machine where they can, or they'll have to climb it.
Okay. Yes,
Since we denied their waiver for sidewalks, do we need to add a condition on there to revise their plans to update with sidewalks?
Yes.
yes.
So,
Thank you, Rob.
So is
So
that
if-
agreeable
if
to
I
the
could-
maker of the motion?
So what I would suggest is condition number 7, remove snow storage and add in its place, revise plans to depict required sidewalks.
Sidewalk, yeah.
We just add pursuant to DOT approval, because we don't know that
Right,
they're gonna sign off on it.
that's true.
He'll be fine with it, guarantee it.
Well, they're pretty fussy about their right of way.
Pursuant to, you said,
DOT.
DOT?
DOT.
The sidewalk won't be in the road, it'll be on their property.
Right of way wider than the road.
I'm aware of that. I point to the sidewalk that was put up on Lobster Pond. The whole sidewalk. That's,
Now, where'd you get this? I didn't get this either.
Okay.
Why did I get nothing?
We have a motion pending. Is there any further discussion or question?
I just wanted to review with the board before you vote
Sure.
on the changes that will be made to the draft conditions of approval.
Okay,
Item number 1, project completion deadlines. Item D will be changed to July 1st, 2025. Impact fee, the way, we struggled trying to figure out how to assess that fee fairly, because the property is a seasonal use.
mm-hmm,
And we came up with a way that we thought worked really well. The $40,763.92 was based on a 7-month occupancy period. It's only a 5-month, so that would decrease the impact fee to $29,117.10. That change will also be to item number 12, which is on the final page. That amount will change there.
gotcha.
Paragraph 4, seasonal use only. Campground usage is seasonal only from May 15th through October 15th. No use of the campground is permitted from October 16th to May 14th.
Got it.
So, just for the record, that we have all of those changes.
Are those
Say later
adjustments?
in October.
I'm sorry, Mike, I was talking. Are those adjustments as suggested by staff agreeable to the maker of the motion?
I didn't read that one.
And the second?
Is the, I know, is the
Is that a
third party-
yes?
The third party doesn't have to be listed in that, because that's still going forward, correct?
No, the third part, that's item number 2 in the draft conditions of approval. Plan revisions, all recommendations from the third-party engineer to be incorporated into the final plans. Final plan set to be submitted to the third-party engineer to confirm inclusion of all recommendations. Final third-party review is at the expense of the applicant. Do you want to add anything to that?
No.
You wish to include that in the motion, though,
It's in the
as well as the other changes that you just read into the record.
Right, but that's in there,
Okay,
that's in there.
all right. So, you made the motion, who's the second?
I second
Mike,
it.
okay. And is that acceptable to you
Yes,
too?
yes, it is.
All right, let's call the question.
But, can't we have more discussion?
Yes,
I'm
of
sorry,
course.
Mr. Chairman, but I am concerned about the impact fee discussion. I have here the ordinance, there's nothing in the ordinance that talks about length of residency or anything else. It's the value of the property determines the impact fee. So I don't know how we come up with a formula, according to this ordinance, that says you can do it for 5 months or 7 months or whatever.
Okay, back to you.
That was a staff recommendation. That's not something that's cast in concrete. We had some discussions about it today, the city manager and I and other staff members. And this was one of the proposals that was put forward. It's a suggestion from staff. I can,
What does the ordinance say, Bruce?
A fee or assessment imposed upon development including subdivision, building, construction, or other land use in order to help meet needs occasioned by the development for the construction, it goes on. I'm trying to see if it excludes municipal properties, but it says nothing about time. If you want to look at the ordinance, I'll be happy to forward it over to you.
Mr. Chair, he has a really good point. Somebody from Florida that buys a summer home up here only uses it for 4 months a year. They still
Doesn't-
pay the full impact fee.
Exactly.
So, if I could point out, so I'm looking at the impact fee schedule as adopted by City Council on April 1st, 2022. Since it's a campground, it's actually a non-residential development. So I believe it would fall under non-residential development, retail, food, restaurants, lodging, and entertainment. And then it would be $1.49 per square foot. Right.
and if you want it based on 12 months, instead of the period of use, the impact fee would then increase to $69,881.04.
Based upon the formula that was just read from the ordinance.
Based on it's $1.49
It would be how
per
much?
square foot. $69,881.04.
68,000,
69,000.
69,000.
881.04.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have agreement now, general agreement on the impact fee.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
69,000 and some change. One moment. All right. So, is there any other discussion from the members of the board regarding the motion that is pending?
Well, where's the impact fee gonna end up?
Where's the impact gonna be?
It's going to be in the conditions of approval.
Correct.
For
Where
about
sh-
how much?
It's
How
going to
much?
be 69,000, whatever the number was that Kathy just came up with.
69,881.04.
All right, so that will modify part 12 of the condition 12, and
And 1E,
on 1,
or 1, sorry. Where'd my thing go?
right, 1E. Payable prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy.
Come on.
That is the motion.
But now, that was 5 months.
Sensing that there's no further discussion, the question is now called. All those in favor of the approval, please raise your hands. Opposed? Approval has been granted. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Oaks condo. This is PL 2023-29 SP and 30 SU. White Oaks Road's proposal for residential site plan for 6 multifamily buildings for a total of 29 units on a private road. Do we need acceptance? No, this one's been accepted, right? All right, then. Is the applicant here and ready to go forward?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, John Cronin here for the applicant. Long time no see. Good to see you,
Good
Mr.
evening,
Chairman.
Mr. Cronin.
I'm here on behalf of the applicant. With me is Mr. Gouda. He's the project engineer, and also the principals, Peter Grenier and Tony Dion. Just to recap, we were here last month. We spent a significant amount of time going through the plan, drainage, landscaping, and a lot of detail. At the conclusion, we asked for a conditional approval. I think it was a matter of discussion, and members were concerned about granting the conditional use permit without seeing the third-party review. The third-party review has been completed. We've reviewed it. Mr. Guida has taken a look at it, and all of the recommendations can be satisfied and resolved, so we accept those recommendations and the staff recommendation that the corrections to the plan be reviewed by the third-party engineer and approved prior to signing off on the plans. This case went through the ZBA for both use and density. Those variances were granted, also went to the Conservation Commission, which looked favorably on it. We believe the only thing that's left is the conditional use permit for the steep slope ordinance. You have granted, in our case, the waiver for the sidewalks. That was voted on at the last meeting. I think we've spent a lot of time on it the last month. I won't repeat myself, but we're happy to answer any questions or fill in any blanks that you want, but I think you might be a little bit tired at this point. Thanks.
No, we're quite refreshed by the spirit of camaraderie we've had this evening. Any questions for the applicant from the board, the staff? All right then, we'll open the public hearing at 8:27 PM. Are there any butters here that wish to be heard on this matter? Any butters? Are there any members of the public that wish to be heard? If so, come on up. Anybody? All right then, we'll close the public hearing at 8:28 and hear from the staff.
So again, we have some recommendations for conditions of approval. There, really, the only outstanding issue was the third-party review, and that was received. A copy of it was included in your, did we email it out to them when we received it? And there's copies of it here for you if you wanted to look at it. I had reviewed it. I asked the Department of Public Works to review it. The required changes seemed reasonable to me. Department of Public Works also felt that the changes proposed by the third-party engineer were reasonable as well. They also felt that it was a excuse me, a very thorough review of the stormwater management plan and erosion control measures.
Were any recommendations made by the third-party review
Oh, yes.
to make changes?
Oh, yes.
Have they incorporated in this,
Well, we don't.
the staff report that we were given this
Yeah,
evening?
again, condition number 2, plan revisions. All recommendations from the third-party engineer to be incorporated into the
I
final
see
plans.
that. What are the changes that have been recommended? How will it
Well,
affect the conditions of approval, I guess is what I'm getting at.
how will they affect the conditions of approval?
I mean, will it result in a change of any of
No,
3 through whatever?
no.
No, okay. So as far as you're concerned, then, that section 2 of the staff report covers all the concerns, and the applicant is aware of the third-party review and agrees?
Yes, we've reviewed it. The engineer has reviewed it. It is a detailed report. some really good suggestions in there, and we will incorporate those in the plans and do it as the consultant suggests.
And all the other conditions, plan revision due by August 11th this year. Is that acceptable? The
Yep,
applicant?
Yep, that can be done.
Let's see.
Your
Completion by July 11th, 2024.
We can do that. They are anxious to get started on that. I know that once it's approved, you generally have 2 years to start active and substantial, and 5 years for substantial completion. I'm not going to belabor that at this point. If we have to come back, I'm sure it will be after we've completed significant progress, and it won't be an issue. But we're fine the way that it reads now.
Okay?
Do we want to move it out to 2 years? Given the
That would be
current,
great,
current climate
when-
of everything? I feel like that's pretty appropriate. We've done that for the last several applicants that have come in.
Be proactive.
Yeah, if you, when you make the motion, Rob, you can include that in there.
Wonderful.
I'll get you to do one tonight.
Very good, Peter.
All right. So, sensing no further discussion or questions, Mr. Mora, you have the floor.
I think that the board has done a good job with the applicant and staff in reviewing the application, and it's in character with the neighborhood, and will only serve to benefit the residents of the city of Laconia, and those residents that choose to move here into those structures. So I'd like to make a motion to approve with the proposed conditions outlined on the staff review as provided by the interim planning director, Kathy.
Is there a second to Mr. Mora's excellent
I'll
motion?
second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, before
Sure.
the discussion begins, just to clarify that project completion deadlines, item D, completion, will now change to July 1st, 2025.
July 1st, 2025, maker?
Yep.
Second?
Yes.
Is agreeable to both the maker of the motion and the second. Any discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by raising their hands. Opposed? All right, that's been approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time and effort in the
Thank you
project.
for your
Thank
time
you.
and effort.
Good night.
Decreases our time and effort. All right,
I think we still needed it.
we're looking at PL 2023-0084SU, it's 15 Brittany
And
Lane.
the fact that they came back. with
Is
findings
the application in order and ready for
makes me feel better
acceptance?
inside.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we have a motion to accept this application.
So said.
Motion by the secretary. Is there a second? Second by Representative St. Clair. Any discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor of accepting the application, please signify by raising their hands. And it was unanimous. All right. The applicant's here evidently and ready to proceed. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Just step up to the mic and give us your name and your address, and you may proceed.
My name is Ray Spinoza. I'm on 5 Paradise Drive, Laconia. And I'm one of the abutters as well to the proposed subdivision. So basically, it is subdividing one lot that is about 9.93 acres into 4 buildable lots in accordance with the requirements of the city. And the people that are members of Paradise Realty Trust are all abutters of that property. Our intent is to keep it that way and to keep the current, neighborhood.
How much street frontage do you have? How many feet?
I think it's 314 on Brittany, and I think it's 100 down Mass Ave.
Okay. Could you give us a good reason why we should approve your waiver request for the sidewalks?
Basically, there are no sidewalks on Brittany, and that is a dead-end street. And of course, going down Mass Ave is a dead-end street as well. So there's not that many people on Brittany right now.
Well, if you have 4 subdivisions there, you could potentially have 4 houses.
That's correct, yeah. But again, the sidewalks are up the street, 600 and something feet up Mass Ave is the nearest sidewalk. So Mass Ave actually dead ends, and Brittany does dead end as well.
Okay. I'm seeing it now. It's not very long, yeah. And then you have Paradise.
Yeah, it's a right-of-way. Paradise Drive is off of Brittany.
Okay. Okay. Any questions for the applicant from members of the board?
Ray, is Paradise Drive a public road?
No, that's a private
Right away, okay. Now, that area is like all boat trailers and stuff parking there currently? Is that-
There are some trailers there from the boats, that's correct.
Like the homeowners along the
That's
railroad track
correct.
use that? So, okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I see that?
This is, Ray's house is right here. His houses are along the railroad track.
So where,
Railroad tracks here.
so this is the parcel right in here we're
Yes,
looking
yeah.
at. Okay.
It's sort of like green area. Impact fees.
Yeah, you can understand that. Need. Yeah. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, well, let's go to public hearing then. It's 8:37 PM. Are there any abutters to this project that wish to be heard? This is a subdivision on Brittany Lane in Lakeport. Any members of the public that wish to be heard regarding the Brittany Lane subdivision? Sensing none, we'll close the public hearing at 8:37:40. All right. Staff?
No concerns.
Okay.
Pretty much it's a frontage subdivision, it's an existing road, they've met all of the dimensional requirements.
What about the sidewalk waiver?
Again, there was, the staff didn't have any concerns about the sidewalk waiver. Again, because it's a private dead-end street.
Okay. Are there sidewalks on Mass Ave?
They're not, they're about 700 feet up Mass Ave.
Yeah, I'm looking, I can't see any down your end of it.
No. Down towards the dead end of Mass Ave, there are none.
Okay. All right, any questions for staff? Any questions at all about it?
The lots, are these gonna be legal for building houses, and the size of these lots?
Yes, they are.
Yep. I'm sure that was the first question they asked when they started to draw it up. Can we build on them? All right. What is the pleasure of the board? We're being asked to approve this subdivision. It's PL 2023-0084 SU. We're also, we should do the sidewalk waiver first, I suppose.
I'm okay with the sidewalk waiver in this case,
You are?
being the character of the neighborhood.
May the record reflect.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing
That the
that.
secretary of the board has spoken in favor of a sidewalk waiver. So is that your motion, Mark?
Sure, I'll make the motion.
Do we have a second? There is a second from Ms. Susie.
I have a question.
Yeah.
It-
You always have a question.
to the- This road is private, so
Which one?
Brittany is not.
Brittany, it's not
Brittany has-
private.
Oh, I thought it was, I'm sorry, that's my mistake.
Paradise is.
All right,
Paradise
Paradise
Drive.
is private. So you guys maintain it, plow it, do all that stuff?
Yeah, the Paradise Drive right away, yes, it covers
Okay.
about 4 or 5 houses, yeah.
Right.
But it attaches to Brittany, yeah.
But the sidewalks would be on Paradise. Or they'd be
There's
on
no,
Brittany?
there's no
No,
side.
if you had to put sidewalks in though.
No, it'd be on Brittany,
It would be on Brittany. And Brittany's public.
that's correct. But there's no sidewalks there.
I got that part. I got that.
Have you ever seen Brittany by the dashboard light? Paradise? Yeah, never mind. Okay, anything else?
Motion has been made.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I just wanna point out that we're gonna approve a waiver for a neighborhood development where sidewalks would be used by residents in an urban area.
Yes, yes, indeed we are.
All right, just making that point.
And
Okay.
also, if, Mr. Chair, didn't we have a formula that they can make a donation to the sidewalk fund if we give a waiver for a sidewalk?
No,
Yes, we did. We did. Long time ago. But
we do, but we don't. We don't at present, is my understanding. We are working on that. We don't at present. We can't just make something up,
And they're all a commune.
unfortunately.
And we're trying to build a
All right.
walkable community.
So,
And this is in the urban core.
there being no further discussion, it's time for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please, the waiver motion, please raise your hand.
this is for the sidewalk waiver.
This is the sidewalk waiver. Keep your hands up, please. Can we have a count? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like the sidewalk waiver fails. Now we have the approval of the conditional use, the subdivision. Someone care to make that motion?
Oh, I actually had some findings of fact on this one.
Okay?
Being fair to landowners' rights, looking at a somewhat minimal scale of impact. And that was about all I got.
All right. And a suitable use of the land or something of that sort? All right, so we.
Well, I couldn't really go that far
And you would
because it
incorporate
wasn't-
that in, and so, and that is your finding of fact in support of your motion to approve the subdivision.
Right.
There is a motion made, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Mr. Joseph. Is there any further discussion on this? All right, all those in favor of approval? Opposed? And the approval has been
That's
granted.
subject to the conditions.
Subject to the conditions in the staff report. Yes, always, that was the intention. Thank you. All right, moving right along. DL 2023-0088 SP, it's 1386 Meredith Center Road, Laconia Christian Academy. Proposal to construct a 4,104 square foot addition, I guess, to the existing structure or a separate structure. Is the application in order and ready for acceptance?
Yes, it is.
All right, may I have a motion to accept the application, please?
Well said.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from the vice chair, by the secretary, and a second by Mr. McAdams. Anything further? Sensing none, all those in favor? Opposed? All right, motion to accept has been approved. The applicant's present and ready to go forward? All right, let's hear about it.
Nick Schedule from DuBois and King, representing the applicant, Laconia Christian Academy. I also
Welcome
have
back.
the head of school, Rick Duva, head of school.
Good evening.
So this proposal is for, this is just the existing conditions. It's a 140 acre parcel It is on Meredith Center Road at the town line, so to the north is Meredith. To the west is Lake Winnisquam, and to the east is Meredith Center Road. So, the existing development has 4 buildings, and the proposal is to do approximately 4,100 square foot addition to the middle school building. The addition will utilize existing on-site water, existing on-site septic, and there's existing drainage infrastructure that was constructed in 2000, which was part of a development to do some additional parking and a sanctuary. And the sanctuary was not built, but the parking was. So what we've basically established is that this addition will be able to utilize that existing drainage without any further impact.
Very good.
This is the proposed is the existing building, couple of 300 square foot wings, and then 3504 addition on the back. So it'll provide 3 additional classrooms and a meeting room, and just allow them to continue to educate the youth.
What's the shaded area? Is that a buffer?
This is a relocated sidewalk.
Oh.
So the existing sidewalk kind of is here. So that sidewalk will get relocated in the building.
Gotcha. Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Yes?
Is it just the one tree being removed?
Yeah. 2, looks like this one, and this says maintain existing landscaping. If we can save that tree, we will. It's possible that doing the grading around for that sidewalk, we may lose a tree. Again, you know, the green space on this property, it's 140 acres. This is a pretty small portion of it.
Yep.
Green space, we're certainly meeting all the green space requirements.
It's set well back from the road. It's a long
It is.
long driveway.
You can't see it from any abutting properties or the road.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant before we turn it over to public hearing? All right then. At 8:48 PM, we're gonna open the public hearing. Are there any abutters here to this proposed, this proposal for Laconia Christian Academy? Any abutters? Any members of the public that wish to be heard on this application? All right, sensing none, then we'll hear from staff.
Staff doesn't have any concerns. They came through TRC. All of the concerns that were identified during the TRC process were addressed before the plans came here to the planning board. Basically, they satisfied all of the requirements. There are some standard conditions of approval that apply to all applications that come before the board. The site security, as-built plans, things of that nature. But the staff actually recommends approval subject to those conditions.
All right, and the applicant is okay, is agreeable to the conditions of approval that you set forth?
They're nodding over in the
Okay.
corner there, so.
All right then, so the motion then would be to approve PL 2023-0088 SP, 1386 Meredith Center Road, proposal to construct 4,104 square foot addition to the existing structure. It meets all the requirements. It's on a site that already has a significant amount of green space, and it's utilizing existing impervious surfaces for parking. Would someone care to say so moved?
So moved.
All right. Do we have a second to that motion? We have a second from Ms. Suzie. Any discussion on this motion? All right,
Is this a tax exempt property?
yes, it would be. Yep. All right. Sensing no further discussion, then I'll call the question. All those in favor of the approval, please raise your hand. Opposed? It seems to be unanimous. Thank you very much. Good luck
It's exciting.
at the building. All right. Let's see. PL 2023-00S1, 91 SP and 0092 CUP regarding parking. This is also performance zoning, so that's 0093 CUP, 17 to 19 Bay Street. Proposal to convert the structure to 12 one-bedroom apartments with associated parking and utilities. And there is a waiver request regarding the impact fee. Is the application in order and ready for acceptance by the board?
Yes.
Okay? Do we have a motion to accept the application, please?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Mora, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. McNeil. Any discussion on the motion to accept? Sensing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising their hands. Opposed? Motion carries. The applicants are here and ready to go forward. Would you tell us your name and who you're here on behalf of?
Good evening. My name's Carmen Lorenz, and I'm the Executive Director of Lakes Region Community Developers, the applicant. I'm joined tonight by our engineer, Kevin Leonard of North Point Engineering, and Celine Godbout, Director of Residential Services at Lakes Region Mental Health Center.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. We're here to talk about our project at Bay Street. I did want to clarify, we're talking about a building with 12 efficiency apartments, not one-bedroom apartments. Just to make sure the public understands that.
Okay.
Before I get into it, just for the benefit of the public, because I think there's some folks here tonight that are very interested in this application. We're a nonprofit developer and a mission-driven landlord, and we've been working in Laconia for 30 years. We started in '93, and the organization actually formed a group of local people that were concerned about the quality of the housing stock available to people of low income in the city. So that's why we started out buying properties, renovating them. And over the last 30 years, we've expanded beyond Laconia, and now we serve the entire Lakes region. And we own and operate a portfolio of 367 rental apartments. They're all affordable.
Formerly known as the Greater Laconia Land Trust?
Yes, Laconia Area
Community
Land Trust, that's right.
Okay.
So our goal today, I mean, a lot has changed in 30 years, right? And now the housing crisis that we face is really about supply and lack of adequate supply of affordable housing. And it's in the news a lot. I know everyone's very aware of that. This project is intended to help with that problem. If you look at the homelessness crisis that the city is facing, at the root of it is a lack of apartments that are affordable to people at the very lowest end of the income spectrum. So we're talking about people that are under 30% of the median income. So for a single individual, that's less than $20,000 a year in income. There just aren't very many apartments that someone with that income can afford without some kind of subsidy. And so that part of the market is, really being squeezed out of the housing market altogether. Lakes Region Planning Commission recently released their regional housing needs assessment. They haven't done one of those in a while, so this document is very useful and interesting to us. And they did a rental gap analysis as part of that study, and that's looking at the population of the city of Laconia by income bracket, and it's looking at the supply of housing in the city of Laconia by price. And so what that rental gap analysis found is that the city actually has a deficit of 584 units affordable to people on that lowest end of the income spectrum. So that's a really big deficit of housing for people who are in the lowest income range.
Okay.
When I started, I said we're a developer, but we're also a mission-driven landlord, so we do a lot more than just build housing. We actually, our goal as an organization is to empower our tenants to achieve economic security. So we do a lot of work in the area of providing supports for the people that live in our housing. Our housing is a platform for folks, but we find that targeted supports really help them overcome some of the barriers they face, because even if they're in affordable housing, there's still a lot of issues that, that they might need assistance with. So we really look at the people that live in our housing as the asset, not necessarily the buildings. And our goal is to try and help build people up and help them be successful and economically secure. So in Laconia, like I said, 30 years we've been working in Laconia. We now have 132 apartments in Laconia. We do pay property taxes on all of our properties. So over our history, we've paid $3 million in property taxes to the city. We intend to pay taxes on Bay Street project that we're here to talk about tonight. And just to give you a sense, our total annual tax bill to the city is $117,000. We feel that it's really important to contribute, our fair share and contribute to paying for services.
Will they emphasize that?
I think they have them down here. Yep.
No.
No.
We have nothing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
We'll get. Give her a second. I didn't have any pictures to go with the early stuff, so you didn't miss anything.
I was gonna say, if you were showing us a PowerPoint, we weren't seeing it. Colleen is on it. Charlie was probably playing with the wires again or something. Here, jiggle this. See if that does it.
I can't see the TV, all I can see.
Here we go.
It's there.
It's good.
Okay.
Great. I thought it might be helpful, useful for you to understand the sort of the range of what we've done in Laconia throughout our history. We have transformed a lot of blighted and underutilized properties in Laconia and turned them into beautiful housing and other things. So I included here our very first big project that we did was Avery Hill, which is up near the hospital. We tore down a bunch of derelict buildings, and we renovated one building, and then we built 6 new buildings. So that project created 14 units of affordable housing. And we recently put solar on all those buildings as well, so that helps make them even more affordable to the tenants, because now electricity is included in the rent. Moving over, Batchelder Street School was in the early 2000s. That was just a school that the city was no longer in need of and had been mothballed, so we renovated that into 6 apartments. Similar project a few years later with the Mechanic Street School, which is actually up on Hawthorne Street. And then in 2004, we cleaned up the Vernitron site, which was a brownfield, and we built our Millview Apartments, which is 18 units of affordable housing. That site had a lot of contaminated soils, and we still do groundwater monitoring there on an annual basis. The next project was in 2016, which is right on Union Avenue, the River's Edge apartment building. I'm sure you're very familiar with that one. Again, a derelict, very ugly, contaminated site that we cleaned up and turned into a beautiful apartment building with 32 apartments. That's a mix of 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms. And then most recently, we bought the old Walters Market building on Court Street and turned that into our new headquarters.
Very good.
So we would like to continue that tradition with the Bay Street project. You can see the existing conditions you're probably familiar with. It's a house that burned down over about a year and a half ago. And we'd like to turn that into a new apartment building with 12 efficiency units. When we were here in February and you approved our concept plan so that we could move forward under performance zoning, There was some concern raised about the impact that we have on surrounding property values. I think someone was concerned that our project on Bay Street would bring the property values in the neighborhood down. And so the board asked if I could put some information together to explore that question, which I did. We used River's Edge as a case study because it was a relatively large building. Similarly, it was cleaning up a blighted site and building a new building. So we looked at 6 different properties in the neighborhood and found that, so here you can just see the different properties that we sampled. We went to the city assessor and asked to give us the total assessed value for these properties, which are near to River's Edge, from 2016, when River's Edge opened, to 2022. So that's what we put together. So I'll just go through them one by one. 192 Union Avenue, over that period of time, you can see the assessed value increased by 85%. The next one is at Union Ave and Jewett Street, which is 4 buildings on one parcel. The assessed value there increased by 44% over the study period. The next one's at 158 Union Avenue. Assessed value there increased by 122%, and interestingly, this property sold for well above the assessed value. You can see the assessed value was $212,000, and it sold for $1.7 million last year. So I think the market values are probably a little higher than assessed values. 13 Arch Street, which runs alongside River's Edge. This property, the value increased by 65% over the study period. And next door at 17 Arch Street, similarly, 54% increase in property in assessed value. And across the street at 145 to 153 Union Ave, which is 2 buildings on one parcel. Assessed value increased by 129%. And again, this property changed hands, which it gives us kind of a better indication of what things are worth. And again, we see that the sales price was much higher than the assessed value, indicating that the market's probably demanding more than assessed value. So really, if you are concerned about that issue, I think what we can say with confidence is that there's really no indication at all that the work we do to redevelop blighted parcels into brand new housing reduces property value. To Kevin, so he can go through the details of the site plan with you.
Thank you.
So I'm Kevin Leonard from North Point Engineering, civil engineer there. I just wanted to, for frame of reference, point out that Bay Street and Court Street is right here. Waste Region Community Developers office building is right there on the corner of Court and Bay, and there's one property between their office and the subject site. That's important just for reference as it relates to the alternative parking CUP we've submitted as part of the application. So as Carmen pointed out, the property, this number 17 burned, number 19 is still there, but it's you know, there's kind of fire debris from on all over the property as part of the you know, that incident, and so no one's occupying the property right now. The property is 0.29 acres. It's zoned UC, and it's also in the Performance Zone Overlay District. We're proposing to basically redevelop the site. The properties are generally residential around the subject property. It's a mix based on tax card review of single-family, multifamily, and duplexes. And we've designated those on our plan, sort of what the various abutters are. There's 2 curb cuts today. There's water and sewer at the street, so these buildings are tied into water and sewer. And generally speaking, the site drains to a low spot on the neighbor's property over here. So the sites are drained that way and this way. That gives you a sense. So we're obviously going to take the buildings down. We are planning to stop the water service to number 19. We're going to reuse the sewer service from number 17 for the property. And we're planning to put in a new water service to the new building because we're trying to have fire suppression in the new building. We need a larger size service. So here's kind of a visual of what it looks like in the built condition. The building is gross floor is 6,012 square feet. two-story building, as you can see in the rendering that she showed earlier. We're proposing to restore the sidewalk, which is sort of beat up from the sort of disrepair of the site in general. We're reducing the 2 curb cuts down to 1 curb cut. We're honoring the 5-foot buffer to the sideline as required by the ordinance. We're proposing a sidewalk. There's a porch on the side of the building, which is sort of like the main door. The office of the building will be up here in the front. There will be a second door out back here for 2 means of egress. That also provides easier access to the trash enclosure out back, and also easier access from handicapped folks into the building. We have an 18-foot wide drive. We have 6 parking spaces shown on site, and we're proposing 6 parking spaces as part of the alternative parking on the Lakes Region Community Developer site, which is about 100 feet down the street at the corner of Court Street. We're proposing a trash enclosure. We're expecting to have trash bins that will be stored in there and then brought out on a weekly basis for pickup. There's 39% green space. We're proposing street trees, 2 of them appear on the frontage, and then some foundation plantings on the front. We're proposing to have limited lighting. We've got 2 carriage lights in the back, which so we've got a light here and here. We're just basically trying to get some light in the parking area and also at the trash enclosure so that people can kind of get in and out of the building. We are grading the site basically from the curb line back with a gutter line at the back, kind of along the sidewalk and along the back of the parking spaces. And we're proposing a Storm Tech underground chamber system, which you can see here. Basically, we have Storm Tech chambers that are arches underneath the pavement. We're improving that system with what's called an isolator row, which is basically a treatment to collect sediment, trash, and debris. You can clean that out. It doesn't get into the rest of the system. Also, underground utility connection to the building. The water line connection will be coming, a new connection from the street, which happens to be on our side of the street, into the utility room, which is about right here. That hits the highlights.
This is gonna be a 2-story building?
Yes.
Will the second floor be handicapped accessible?
There'll be 1 handicap accessible unit on the first floor.
Just 1 unit? Okay. No Vader, no elevator. Okay. You talked about an office or a staff. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, sure. Could we go back to the PowerPoint? Can show you the layout. Poor Kalina. Thank you.
I just sent Kalina over to my dad's to straighten out all his remotes. I can never figure them out. So we're looking at the elevations now.
Great. So to answer your question, here's the first floor layout, and you can see right in the corner at the front is where the office would be, and a restroom right there, and the handicap units at the front of the building wraps around the stairwell. And then all the other units this is sort of a typical unit layout, so you can see. Again, these are efficiency apartments, so they don't actually have separate, they have an area where the bed goes, but it's not technically a bedroom. The occupancy is 1 individual per unit. These are not family units, so literally 12 people total living in this building.
Okay.
Each tenant has their own lease. This is an apartment building. This is not like a psychiatric facility or any, I don't know if people have any misconception about what we're talking about doing here, but this is an apartment building for people of very low income. I'll get into sort of the criteria that people have to meet in order to qualify for it. But at a most basic level, it's just an apartment building. And we use the same maintenance, property management, all the same that we do on our other 132 apartments in Laconia, we do here at Bay Street. So again, there's the first floor, so you can see it's pretty simple. I mean, except for the handicap unit, all the units are pretty much the same. And then the second floor, similar. There's a little sitting area up on the second floor by the front. So I talked about the fact that this is an apartment building. Again, single individual per unit. The maximum amount of income that single individual can have and qualify is $20,000. Most will probably have lower incomes than that, but that's the maximum. This is being built for people who are either experiencing or at risk of homelessness. To be at risk of homelessness means you have to be housing insecure. So maybe you are living somewhere where your rent is like 70% of your income, and so you have trouble paying your rent every month and you're getting eviction notices all the time. That kind of person would be eligible. Somebody who is staying with a friend or relative because they don't have their own place, that person would be eligible. An unsheltered individual, that person would be eligible because they're experiencing homelessness. We check citizenship. They have to be a U.S. citizen or lawful resident. We do criminal background check. So what we're looking for is to screen out people who have a history of either violent crime, property destruction, or just in general have a history that indicates that, you know, they don't respect the rights of others to their peaceful enjoyment of their unit, or they might have, you know, there might be serious issues where they just would have a lot of trouble complying with the terms of their lease, because they will have a lease just like all of our other tenants do. So we're looking for things, hate crimes, arson, sex offender registry, and then again, looking at the totality if there is a criminal background, and making that judgment as to whether this person would be able to comply with the terms of the lease. We can't house college students here based on the funding that we use unless the person's a veteran, so it's not supposed to be student housing, it's supposed to be for other folks. And then as a final check, Lakes Region Mental Health Center will sort of assess the individual's service needs, because if it's somebody that, you know, is just not going to be able to live in an apartment building with other people, then they would be able to make that final call. And the reason we're partnering with Lakes Region Mental Health Center is because they already, they work with lots of different people, but they have a large number of their clients who are housing insecure or experiencing homelessness. So it's a good fit because the population that we can serve with this building, they are working with. Like I said, everyone has a lease. Property management enforces the terms of the lease. We have a handbook. The rules are very clear as to what's acceptable or not. And if someone's not following the rules, they get a lease violation. We non-renew their lease. We pursue eviction as appropriate. We do twice a week property checks on the exterior of all our buildings in Laconia. We will include Bay Street. Very easy for us because it's literally one door over. And then we inspect the interior of all of our apartments twice each year, and then our funders also go and inspect once a year. So there's a lot of people in the building, a lot of eyes on units. It's very easy for us to know if something's going on that's not okay, and then we can take steps to address it. And we do, you know, I would say for having 367 apartments, every inspection round that we do, we have a handful of people who fail, and so we work with those individuals and we re-inspect every month. And if they're not making progress, then that's grounds for non-renewal or eviction. But generally our goal is to keep people stably housed. I know parking is a big question here, and I did just want to clarify what we're asking for in the conditional use permit is a total of 12 spaces. I think the ordinance requires 1.5 spaces per unit, which would be 18. But this population, we already work with this population quite a bit because we have some special vouchers that we can use at several of our properties in Laconia that serve this exact same population, and almost none of them have vehicles. We also, it's similar to the folks that are living at Compass House, which is at 658 Union Avenue. It's a group home for women in recovery. It's a very similar population, and that has 8 women living there, and there's only ever been 1 or 2 cars at a time. So this population is very low income and they do not have vehicles. I would say probably less than half of them have vehicles. Also, we have a 30-year land use restriction because of the funding that we're using on this project, where we have to serve this population for 30 years. We can't serve anybody else. We can't turn it into, you know, luxury apartments, market rate apartments. It has to be for this population. So there's a very long-term commitment there. And then the rules that we impose on our tenants at our properties only allow one vehicle per licensed driver in a household. These households will only have one person, therefore they will only be able to have one vehicle per unit. So that's why we're asking for the 12 spaces. We have 6 spaces available at 193 Court Street, which is just 100 feet down the sidewalk, so it's very close. We have 12 total spaces in that parking lot, and our staff of 7, we have a hybrid remote, you know, work schedule, so Monday through Friday at most we're using 5 of those spaces. And then at nights and on weekends, the parking lot is completely open. So we're very comfortable with making that long-term commitment for those 6 spaces at 193 Court Street. And just as a comparison, River's Edge, that serves a higher income range than what Bay Street will serve. And it's a bigger building. It's got 32 apartments with bigger units. It's mostly 2 bedrooms with some 1 bedrooms. That project was approved with 36 spaces, and we've never had any issues with the property being at capacity. There's never been a parking issue at River's Edge. Again, the population that we serve, you know, it's not uncommon for someone to not have a vehicle. But I think, especially at Bay Street, serving a much lower income population, we feel very confident that that will be the case. Okay, and I'm gonna turn it over to Celine so she can talk about Lakes Region Mental Health Center.
So we're going to be the supportive services partner for the Bay Street Apartments, and we're going to be assisting the patients in applying for the units that are open. We were founded in 1966. We serve Belknap and Lower Grafton counties. On a typical year, we serve about just under 4,000 patients, ranging from kiddos all the way to older adults. Our core services are counseling, case management, functional support. We have emergency services and our mobile crisis team. We have addiction treatment and recovery. We have our residential program. We have supported employment and InShape. We have the neurocognitive team, which services older adults. Our community wellness education programs. At Bay Street, we are planning on having staff on site Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. We're going to be doing a move-in orientation for all new tenants. Each tenant will be assigned a case manager. And our service menu includes benefits, counseling, support with obtaining benefits, independent living, financial management, healthcare management, medication, health and wellness, mental health services, employment services, conflict resolution, and crisis intervention. Then I have some examples of clients who would be a good fit for this program. Let's see. One would be a 22-year-old young man diagnosed with PTSD, depression, and a panic disorder. This young man works part-time at Lowe's, but he struggles to maintain housing as he isn't able to afford market rate rent with his part-time income and doesn't have family that he can reside with. This client has a car that he uses for transportation to and from work and medical appointments. A 34-year-old woman diagnosed with PTSD, depression, and anxiety as a result of being a victim of domestic violence. She works part-time at a local restaurant and would apply for this housing project as a way to set out a new start in her life. This client does not have a job. This client does have a job, and she walks to work and receives transportation support with appointments from her Lakes Region Mental Health Center case manager. A 58-year-old male diagnosed with bipolar 1 who receives Social Security disability income and cannot afford market rate rental rates. This individual does not have a car. He is self-sufficient in obtaining his own groceries through cab rides, and he walks to his medical appointments.
Great, thank you. I think that's the end of our slideshow. But again, I did just want to end with, we're talking about an apartment building, 12 people total that would be living there. less than half of them would have vehicles. So that's why we're seeking that parking, alternative parking CUP.
So, a question, if I may. So, Lakes Region Mental Health Center is going to essentially refer clients to, is it Hodges that's going to be the management
Yes.
team? And so they will be vetted by Lakes Region Mental Health and determined to be capable of self-care in an independent apartment type situation.
Right, it's a joint screening process, so Hodges does a screening, and then the last step is, I mean, most of the clients are gonna come from Lakes Region Mental Health, so they'll do that at the beginning. But if someone doesn't come referred from Lakes Region Mental Health, then Lakes Region Mental Health will weigh in on the application based on an interview with the individual.
And you said that each of the tenants would have a lease. My recollection is the standard lease that you use, the tenants could be evicted for the use or possession of illegal drugs, weapons, things of that sort. Is that still a provision in your lease?
Yeah, so if at the time someone applies, if we're aware that they're using a controlled substance, that's grounds for rejection of the application. We don't always know that. It's not something that people would tell us, or it's not always apparent. So if someone is approved and then moves in, and then we find out there's an issue, then we proceed with eviction based on whatever behavior is causing
But I'm
problems.
saying that there are such behavioral controls in the lease.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
it's a very standard lease. Like, they have to allow for the peaceful enjoyment of their neighbors, of their own units, right? So any kind of behavior that's causing a problem with the neighbors, that's gonna be grounds for lease violations. So typically, that's what we do. We issue lease violations, and if the behavior's not corrected, then the next step is we usually do a notice of non-renewal, and if the behavior is bad
And
enough, then we
my last
proceed
question
with
would
eviction.
then be, so the site plan review regulations require you to have 18 spaces. You're asking for 12, and you're putting 6 of them on a non-contiguous lot, right?
Correct.
So are those 6 spaces going to be for just the tenants?
Yes.
Or 5 for the tenants and 1 for the staff? Because there's going to be a staff member there during the day?
There would be, yeah. And they could also park at our office. That's fine.
Okay. And in the summer?
There is on-street parking as well in front of the
summer
building.
months?
Yes.
Not in the winter months? Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Mora?
I believe they came to us for a conditional use permit for performance zoning.
Yes.
They did the conceptual, and parking was one of the
Correct.
items that they hit on anyways, and we
Approved that.
approved that.
Okay. Bruce?
Is River's Edge one-room apartments?
No, that's mostly 2 bedrooms,
Yeah.
and there's 22 bedrooms and 12 one-bedrooms with a separate bed, like a separate.
So
bed.
that isn't really a fair assessment of property value effect when we're talking about two-bedroom.
Well, we don't have a property exactly like Bay Street. We have, a lot of duplexes and some
Yeah.
fourplexes, but mostly duplexes. Millview, which has 18 units,
I
and
get
then
it.
River's Edge.
But they're not, I guess this is a new type of unit for you.
Yeah, but at River's Edge, we have a few tenants that are, I would say, they use the voucher that is for people with mental illness, so it would be a similar,
But what the argument was, the effect on surrounding properties.
right.
I think the effect of two-bedroom apartments and a river view is somewhat different than,
Well, I think the effect really comes from cleaning up the blighted eyesore and turning it into a beautiful building. What goes on in the building isn't apparent to most people on the outside.
You're saying what goes on in the building doesn't affect property values?
Well, people look at it and go, oh, that's nice, but it's not.
From the outside, it looks like
just
just
looks
any
like
other
yeah.
apartment building. I
Right.
understand. Am I correct in the assumption that Lakes Region Mental Health will have no trouble finding applicants that would meet the criteria?
No trouble at all.
So there is a very big need that would be addressed here.
I
Okay.
think the last you told me you had about 100 clients that were housing insecure.
Yeah,
Right.
Wow.
more than that now.
Yeah, again, I mean, going back to that, there's a deficit of 584 units for this income range in Laconia. It's, 12 units is sadly a drop in the bucket.
Well, we have a very small budget and a very small bucket. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have one, if I could.
Sure.
Thank you.
Charlie.
I'm just curious about the office. You have an office right down the street, but you have an office in the building. So why is there a need, I guess, for that office, which is not staffed after 4 o'clock? So what goes on in that office that you need a person there versus just being right down the street?
So those would be our residential case managers. They would be housed there instead of our Beacon Street office. So they would conduct their everyday work there and check in with the clients daily.
Check out what?
Check in with the clients daily.
I see.
Yes,
Yeah.
the idea was to have someone in the building on a very regular basis.
So it wouldn't always be the same person either, you said,
We
right?
have the same 2 residential case managers.
So it'd be one of the 2, and
Yep.
then they've split the caseload of the 12 residents that would be in there.
Because that way they're in the building, they get eyes on everybody every day.
Right.
That's,
Well, 5 days a week,
yeah.
Yes.
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And, and
Do they dispense medication? They do.
Well, so I think there's medication management is one of the services.
Yeah, we provide medication prompts to patients, but probably not at this facility unless it's needed.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
follow.
Yes, Charlie. of
So
course.
if you're needed, if your staff person was needed after 4 o'clock, let's say there was an issue.
Yep.
What happens then?
So we have a 24/7 program on Messer Street, and our housing manager oversees that, and so could respond to that if needed. We also have our mobile crisis and emergency services. That's 24/7.
So somebody in the building, if they needed help or thought somebody else needed help, they would have a way to contact. It's like do they have to have their own cell phones, or is there an in-house phone that
We
somebody
would.
could just?
I guess it depends on the person what they prefer, but we would make sure they have an access to call.
There's a way
someone.
for them to call them?
Yeah, we would make sure they have a phone. Yeah.
So you're providing services in the apartment building?
Yep.
Is the building sprinkled?
Yes, it will be sprinkled, yes.
If that sounded right. It's
No, that's
sprinkled.
right, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sprinklers,
The
okay.
chocolate ones or the multicolored?
Thank you.
I think
Anytime.
you answered this. Hodges will be taking care of snow removal.
Yeah, so we contract, Hodges contracts out snow
Okay,
removal.
so they
Same
don't
as-
have to worry about their
Right,
spots.
It would be the same as all of our other Laconia properties.
And then the other thing I really wanted to ask you was how easy would it be for an applicant to store their bike?
Oh, I think we would have a bike rack, yeah,
We have a bike
There's
rack, I
bike
didn't
rack
mention it, but it's
proposed
right
on
here.
that.
yeah, because we would absolutely need that.
Oh, is it covered or?
It is not covered, but we have a bike rack on the site plan, anticipating that people would wanna have bikes there.
Can you go over the site? There's some proposed fencing and some landscaping.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, first I should point out that there's an existing fence, that runs here, which is like a wood, about person height fence. It's actually on the neighbor's property. And then there's, a chain link fence, I believe, on the back, which we're gonna remove and put in a solid, 6-foot vinyl fence. And then run that all the way down here, and then at the very end, taper that down to like a 4-foot height, which I think is what the ordinance calls for, just to kind of taper it into the front yard setback. I'll flip to the landscaping plan. Because the site drops and then the low point is back here, by the time you get a flat building that's all at grade, kind of coming off the sidewalk, you're about 4 feet up in the air in this corner from the existing grade. So we're proposing a retaining wall to basically catch grade back down to the existing grade down below. And that keeps all these improvements kind of flush with the building and easy accessible for handicapped folks or everybody to kind of get around in and out from the back door. And we put this row of trees in here. I should have pointed out that there's a bunch of very mature trees around the perimeter of the property. Actually, for the area, there's actually some really nice trees there. We're trying to preserve all of those, really, except for the ones that were damaged by fire. There are a couple that are severely burned here that need to be removed. But the idea is the rest of the trees we try to preserve. We envision that, you know, some of them, particularly these ones up in here, we might have to trim on our side to accommodate for the building location and the verticalness of it. But we want to preserve the really nice trees, and we want to preserve as much green as we can. And then we do have the street trees up front, which I think will be the only trees on the street right now. But the idea is, you know, every lot comes along, you get more as you kind of move through applications, and then some foundation plantings in the front.
And then I noticed on the plan there was a handicap ramp in the front corner there. Are you talking about just the pressure plates there that are for ADA accessibility, or are those actual ramps?
They're actually ramps because you know, it's safer for pedestrians to be up on the curb, so the sidewalk is 6 inches above the drive. And so we would need to for the people to cross at the drive, we need to taper down with a curb ramp.
Right.
To a flat spot and then come across.
And did you coordinate that already with DPW?
We went to TRC and presented this plan, and so they didn't seem to have any issue with it.
Okay, just making sure, just because
And
I've not recalled seeing a ramp on a city sidewalk. Usually they have like the pressure plates, and you're gonna have the grading and all that. But that was the first time I had seen the ramp on there, so I just wanted to make sure that was.
It's because we're coming up. Not every site has curbing coming right up to the sidewalk, and we're trying to. If this was flush with the drive, pedestrians it's not safe if you know if the drive is the same grade as the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And so by picking it up, you're kind of creating some safety for the pedestrian.
Yep.
And granite curb, so it cleans up and looks good, and it's easier to maintain and whatnot.
Anyone else have any questions for the applicant?
I'm sorry, but I do.
One more,
Thank you,
Charlie,
thank you.
please.
Wait, I want to get back to the lease and problems with tenants. Have you ever had in your history of all your buildings in Laconia, do you run through the same problems that a lot of landlords have where a tenant just refuses to leave and you get tied up in court for months, even a year?
Usually, if we do a 30-day notice to quit, and then they don't leave, we'll take it to court. I mean, I typically expect probably 6 months on the long end of things. Sometimes it can move more quickly, but usually not.
Okay, so it's the same as every place else?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
not special in that regard, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
One more, Mr. Mora.
This was actually for Kathy. They have the proposed enclosure for trash cans. With it being a 12-unit development, would it need to actually be an enclosed dumpster?
This went to
My
TRC.
understanding is that it's trash cans that are proposed.
Correct.
Because I didn't know, I know that the city changed the ordinance when they implemented the new trash service. I just didn't know if there was a limit on how many there was allowed before we forced them to go to a dumpster.
There is a limit. I think it's 4.
I thought it was kind of 4, and this is 12, so.
Can have 12 garbage.
They're showing 8 on the renderings. I assume 8 for trash and 8 for I'm sorry, 4
No.
trash, 4 recycling.
No, it
That
can't.
wouldn't be enough. So they
That's the limit.
have to have a dumpster then? Is that
Well,
the-
there's 12 people in the building, so I think that's where we figured out that number, and we did ask DPW about that, and at TRC, they confirmed that that's what our plan was, and
All
they
right,
said that
well,
was
it's
fine.
that's their show. Solid waste. It would be a condition of approval that their trash removal would be acceptable to DPW, since they're the ones that weren't going to be doing it. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, then. We're going to open the public hearing at 9:35. How many of you people are here on this application? Would you raise your hand, please? Okay. It's pretty late, so I'd like to limit your comments on these to 3 minutes each. If you need to go a little extra, just ask and we'll give it to you. So, starting with the butters. Are there any abutters that wish to be heard on this application, come on up. Please give us your name and address, sir.
Okay, my name is Harry Bean. I live in Guilford. I own 31 Bay Street and two duplexes that abut the back of 31 Bay Street. They're 8890 and 9496 Fair Street. Okay, so I've got four three-bedroom apartments and 3 two-bedroom apartments over there. This is a nice family type neighborhood. I don't think this is a good fit. As a matter of fact, the person that lives between 31 Bay Street and this property that's being discussed told me that if she had any idea this was going there, she would have never bought that house.
When you say it, what are you talking about?
She had no idea that there was going to be a proposal like this.
This
for-
building?
When she bought the house.
when
Oh,
she-
I see.
When she bought the house, if she knew that this was going to happen, she wouldn't have bought the house.
Oh, I see.
You know, 3 minutes here is, you know, they get a half hour, I get 3 minutes. I don't know if that's really fair, but I'm the chairman of the Belknap County delegation.
I
and
know
we
who
d-
you are, sir.
Well, some people probably don't. We just voted down what I call a property cramming bill down at the State House. We voted it down. 400 state reps voted against it, doing the same kind of stuff.
What do you mean by property cramming?
Well, you know, putting a couple of bedrooms in the basement or another apartment in the basement when there's not enough green space or there's not enough parking. There's supposed to be 1.5 parking spots. I'd like to know the property, management property that's down the road that they have, how many parking spaces are required by law for that building to have? And not only that, if they ever decided, or whatever, down the road, they're gonna keep this for 30 years, well, let's say in 20 years, they decided to sell their office space there, is these 6 parking spots gonna get deeded to the other building? You know, I know most places you have to have X number of parking spots for whatever you're doing. If it's their office, there's gotta be a rule as to how many they need. If you go and build a shopping mall, there's so many that are needed. But seeing I'm gonna run out of time here without even covering. you
Go
know, the-
ahead, give me some more time, Harry. Go ahead.
These evictions that she talks about being like cut and dried, I've been doing this for 50 years,
Oh,
not
I know.
30. I don't get any special exceptions. I don't get to have one parking spot for 6 units or any other weird stuff. I have to go by the rules every time. That's why I've only got 70 units and they got 370 in 30 years. Just throwing that out there. You know, they admittedly need a supervisor during the day. Well, in 50 years in this business, the supervision needs to be at night, not during the day.
Why is that?
Why is that? People raise Cain.
How many efficiency units do you have, Harry?
I have a few, just a few. But that's another thing, the efficiency units. Oh, there's only gonna be 12 people there. I've been doing this 50
Do you
years.
have people on duty on all your buildings at night?
Me.
Oh, okay, so you're on call.
I'm on call 24/7. My wife, my daughter-in-law, my son,
So would the
my
applicants then,
grandson.
wouldn't they?
Pardon me?
So would these applicants be on call, would they not?
Yeah, but that, it isn't gonna be the same thing, I don't believe.
Okay. What about the building? What do you object to? The building itself?
I object to the 12 units. There's not enough room there. What is it, a third of an acre? And you're gonna put 12 units in there? If I tried to do that, they'd probably lock me up and throw away the key.
Well, if you applied under performance zoning, we would give you a fair hearing on that.
Well, yeah, you get the fair hearing, yeah.
Sure.
I agree. Well,
I
I'm
mean-
hoping that they get the same fair hearing that I'd get, that's all I'm saying.
That's what we're trying to do.
Absolutely, I don't have a doubt. What I'd like to see happen with this, you know, I got this notice, I was told by a paid city official that this thing was dead in the water probably 6-7 weeks ago. And 3 weeks ago, I sent a family member to and I'm not gonna name names because I don't think that would be fair, but there's a paid city official told us that this was gonna be this property and the property up across from Pheasant Ridge were both gonna be auctioned off. So I dropped all my guards. I didn't think that this was gonna happen. If I'd have had any indication that this was gonna happen like this quick after I got what I thought was real information from a city official, I would have had enough people to fill this room and the one downstairs and out there and down the hall.
This is the second time that they've been before.
Well, it is,
us.
but you know, when you're not properly noticed.
Third time, I'm corrected.
I wasn't properly noticed. I thought this was dead in the water. That's what I was told by a city official.
All our meetings are publicly noticed, you know that. We had a design presentation at the beginning of, back in February, I think it was. Then there was a second meeting, they took our concerns and the public's concerns, and they came back tonight with a third proposal, Harry, that's all I'm saying.
Well, when you start with, you got something that's really, 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 really bad, and you come back with something that's only really, really bad, it looks so much better that you don't pay attention.
Okay. Do you have anything else substantive you'd like to add?
Yeah, I do. You know, they made comments about 192 Union Ave and Jewett Street and 13 Arch Street. My family owns all of those. And, you know, the comparison, I think somebody on this side said that the comparison that they made wasn't fair, and it's absolutely not fair. You know, down on Bay Street, there's families all the way around. And this is all one bedroom or efficiency, whatever you want to call it, that isn't going to be 12 people, it's going to be 30.
Right.
When you're not looking at night.
Yeah.
But this one over here is higher income people. And on one side, you got the river. So people on this side of the river, which happens to be you, are not concerned with what's going on over there. And there's nowhere near as many families abutting that property. And there's a lot of people that don't want this, and I would have had them here if I'd got the notice properly. I don't go on the websites. I'm on the finance committee in Concord, and I'm pretty busy with that. And when I was told by a city official this wasn't happening, I didn't further my investigation.
Well, sorry for that. Next time, maybe. All right, thank you, Mr. Bean.
Well, my $1 million worth of property that I own that abuts this will be worth about 700 grand if this goes through.
Less taxes for the city then, I guess.
Pardon me?
That would be less taxes for the city, wouldn't it? So, okay, are there any other abutters that would like to be heard? Come on up. Hi.
I'm Tammy Griffin. I live on 18 Bay Street, directly across from the firehouse.
Hi.
First of all, I probably should apologize to the city mayor and everybody else because I've been calling them for a year and a half now to clean that up. And it's almost like, I feel like it's this or nothing. If we don't do this, is it gonna get cleaned up? Or are we gonna wait another year and a half? I got notes, hang on.
Okay.
That house was a single-family dwelling. There was 8 people that got burnt out, along with the little house that had 2 people living in it. Those were mental health people who have services and everything else in the little house. The other house took in the homeless. So just in this, you know, it's not a third of an acre, it's a little over a quarter acre. You know, there was 10 people on that property. I got right here, I asked the police department to give me 5 years worth of police calls just to that address because of the overpopulation of that address, along with the homelessness, the mental health issues. They have caseworkers, but it was 19 pages of police calls in 5 years One of the years, they were burnt down, so that's 4 years, 19 pages. You know, our neighborhood has been through hell with this building, okay? And to even think to put that many more people back on there, you know, you're putting us at risk again, okay? I've been here, she's been here 30, I've been here 28. My husband works here for 28 years. I pay my taxes. You don't see a cop at my door, okay? So, that just shows you what the population, putting that many people in there is gonna do. My husband's ready to retire. If you do this, I gotta move, because I'm not willing to do this again.
So your objection is to the density?
The
number-
density.
So the density is going up from 10 to 12.
Right, and we have 19 pages of police calls in 4 years.
And that was at the burnt
Just-
out house.
That's all this, you want, I got copies for
No,
everybody?
what I'm saying to him is, it's only an increase of 2 residents.
But we got 19 pages, so what are we gonna do, have 20 next 4 years? I just, you know,
I don't see the connection between the number of residents and the police calls.
you don't?
No, it would be with the activities of the people living there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, okay, and you're gonna put homeless and mental health people in there. That's about what we had.
And that would be your real objection then, wouldn't it?
It would be the 12 people. That was a single-family unit, and now you just turned it into a 12-apartment building. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And it's like, you know, Stafford expanded. Do you realize the noise with the trucks and the deliveries, and they're spraying in their tanks and everything else that we put up with for the good of the community? We got a marina coming down the road for the good of the community. We're probably gonna have a one-way street, okay? Matter of fact, that little house that had 2 mental health people in had 3 vehicles. So you can't tell me that 12 people aren't gonna fill 12 spots. You might be lucky, but, and then if they do, where's their company gonna park? That's gonna be 24 people, and that's not, this is not 39% green. Where are they gonna go out and sit? Where are these people? You got 12 people who have friends over. There ain't room to go out there. I bring my 10 family members in my yard, and it's like.
What address do you live at?
Right across, 18.
18 Bay.
I mean, I bring 10 people on my lot, and it's like, and I have 0.228, where you got 2.9. You got very little more, and you're gonna, you know, you can't have company, because there ain't room.
Very nice house you have. So the assessed value of your house right now is $221,400. It doesn't show how much it's changed. Has your tax bill gone down or
No.
gone up?
No, it's
gone
probably
up?
gone up. I just put a new roof on. I just painted it so I can retire with my husband, so we can move.
Okay, so it looks like it's increased a bit.
Well, the price of
In
property.
2020, it was worth 172. In 2021, it was worth 180, and in 2022, it was 221. And during most of that time, you had the people across the street, you know, your property value increased.
No, they've been gone for, well, a year and a half now.
Well, I'm just saying, ma'am, your
But nobody
property
knew.
value has increased over the last 3 years.
Because I've improved my house, I put a roof on, I painted it, it had nothing to do with the neighbors. If you asked anybody in our neighborhood,
Yeah.
that house, it was a nightmare. And I get it's because of the
They're
people.
tearing that down, you
I
understand?
get that,
right?
and it just feels like you're tearing it down and putting that there, because it's like, do we have no other choice? This is the only way we can get it cleaned up. How are we gonna get it cleaned up unless we do this? Here, you're just,
The owner could put a single-family house on that lot, for sure.
Yeah.
Or a duplex,
meh.
but they're choosing not to. That's
Okay, so
really-
I'm about the density of the people. 19 pages in 4 years.
I heard that.
Because of the density
Okay,
issue,
well, thank you very much, ma'am.
yeah.
Are there any other rebutters that would like to be here? Please, come on up.
I just had 2 questions, and I'm the friend of the butter, but I'll make it really quick.
Could you say your name and the address,
Oh,
please?
yes, Susan Cohn, and I don't live on Bay Street. But I just wanted to make 2 comments. Is this Section 8 housing?
No.
No.
I don't
Well,
even believe there
Hodges-
is Section 8
Yeah,
housing.
Hodges takes care of a lot of management, I guess, capabilities around here.
Whether it is or not, it's not in our jurisdiction.
Okay.
How the rent is paid is not our responsibility.
Okay, so we have these 12 by 24 inch apartments, 24 feet apartments. And you have to assume that they have friends, that they're gonna be coming over to visit. And I think with the 12 occupants of the apartments, I think we're being misled, because I think there'll be a lot more people in those apartments visiting for whatever. And it may not be a meth house like the burned up building was, but I think, I guess I think you're looking at it too simply. Okay, so that's one thing. And the other thing is, if a person is applying to lease one of those apartments, do they have to be tied into Lakes Region Mental Health?
I'm not hearing that.
I'm hearing it.
They have an arrangement or an agreement. Lakeview Mental Health has clients that are looking for housing.
But what about the person, like I know a couple of unhomed people for a variety of reasons. They don't have any money. What if they come knocking on the door and say, hey, I don't make any money, I'm not affiliated with Lakes Region Mental Health?
Again, the planning board has no jurisdiction over who they rent to. It's only about the status of the property and the application that's before us.
Well, there was quite a lot of talk about that.
Oh, yes, that they do plan to have clients from Lakes Region Mental Health in there as tenants.
But is that a qualification?
And some of them may have friends and they may have visitors.
But no.
that.
Is that a qualification, like something that needs to be checked off? If they come, people that aren't affiliated.
I think the landlord can decide who they admit.
But they are the landlord.
Lakes Region Mental Health is not the landlord.
No, the people
land
that did the
trustee.
presentation.
Yep.
And I guess I thought that there was a lot of emphasis placed on the Lakes Region Mental Health.
Because there's a significant housing shortage.
Well, no, that's where all the money's coming from. There's a lot of dollars coming to these folks
Okay.
to provide housing. I mean, I get that, but I guess I wanted some clarification, because if it only can attract the people that are currently involved with the mental health system, it would seem to be unfair to those who aren't.
Again, we are not here to decide who resides in these units. We're only here to approve the units themselves.
Okay, you're right.
We don't, the city has no say really over who resides in those apartments.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other abutters or any other members of the public? Come on up to the microphone and identify yourself, please.
How you doing?
Hi,
Name's Chris Cass from 37 Bay Street, been there for 34 years.
thank you
Dealt
for
with,
coming.
I understand where everybody's coming from, and I understand where you're coming from. It's hard for me to get up and down the street as is. The car situation, the whole population in one building on the end of this street seems a little extreme. Whether they're gonna hold up their end and take care of the parking and maybe conduit to that building or whatever the phrase would be, to make sure that there's plenty of parking there.
It would
They're
be
not
con-
gonna be supervised all the
Six
time.
off-site parking
Yeah.
spaces would be
Reserved.
a condition of their approval.
That would be, okay.
And so,
So
to
it would be
answer
tied.
Representative Bean's representation,
Mm-hmm.
that would continue with the property.
And this
So-
is, I'm sure that's what everybody's worried about.
So if that property on the corner was sold, it would be sold subject to
Yeah, okay,
the six
gotcha.
spaces that are dedicated
Yeah.
to
And
this
it-
property.
And I get where they were coming from. The caliber of people we've been dealing with for a long time on Bay Street, before Laconia even admitted or a lot of places even admitted, we've been dealing with the homeless for a long time. So we get a little nervous about this. When you're embarrassed to have your family over, your friends over, because you got people yelling and screaming at each other going up and down the street, and then you tell them to please be quiet, and they come after you, and then when things go really wrong, the police protect them over you, that gets a little old, you know? It gets a little, But anyhow, so I understand where everybody's coming from on this. I can't even get down the street now, like I said, now you're adding like 12 more cars on this street. I have a hard time, it's one lane going when I get home every day. Just cars being staggered here and there for the people that already live there.
You mean on-street parking?
People are parking on both sides. I squeeze through the middle, so somebody else has to pull over just to get down. Now, at the very end of the street, I'm not saying there's gonna be 12 cars there all the time. They will have friends over. We know they're gonna have friends over. I mean, and there's gonna be more traffic that way. And the more people under this situation, again, I know we're talking about the building, but we are also talking about the caliber of the people that we're dealing with here. How should I say, the mentality, hopefully, I am all for people that want the help, but I've also seen living in this neighborhood, I've given it a couple times, and next thing you know, I have to throw them out because now they're gonna try and squat in my house. I've been nice as I've been, as nice as I can be about all this. It's not easy, and again, like when you're afraid to bring your own family or friends over because you got this around you 24/7, when your neighbors are scared to come out of their house at night to go to work and call you up and say, Chris, can you come over and make sure everything's okay? And we are also these are the same people that they were talking about. But again, it's also the building, it's the people, it's the whole situation. For everybody on that street pretty much feels the same way. It's been quiet. It's beautiful. I love that burnt down house. It is prettier than any house that has ever been there. But it's been quiet in the neighborhood. I mean, we don't deal with, the cops haven't been there. I mean, and the funny part is we had drug dealers, two especially, cops wouldn't do anything about it. So we have the homeless were there. Then all of a sudden you lose the homeless, and now you lose the drug dealer. I mean, they kind of came. Again, I'm judging right now, and I
Can you
shouldn't
limit your
be.
discussion to the building?
Yes.
And the
Okay. So
improvement,
back to the building.
rather than the
Yep.
history of your neighborhood?
Yeah. Okay. So the building, it's an awful lot of people in a very small building with a lot of cars.
We're aware of
And
that.
that is a real situation.
That the board is well aware of the high
I just wanted to
density.
explain to you where these other people are coming from.
I understand where these people are coming from.
So
It's not
I
about the
appreciate you
building, it's about the
listening.
tenants.
Yes, in all reality, it is.
Okay.
It is, it is the building too. I shouldn't say that, it's the building too. There's too many cars, too many people in one lot. How many people live on 12 people in one lot? That's small? That strikes me as being,
Thank
it
you,
seems like
sir.
a lot of people in one spot, you know?
It is a high-density development.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other members of the public that wish to be heard? Come on up.
I just wondered if they
I am Kate Geraci. I am not an abutter, but I'm a resident of Laconia, and a friend of Tammy's who has been visiting her over the years and has noticed a pretty significant change since that house has quieted down. I think you can feel the collective trauma of what that neighborhood is going through, and this is just one more piece of it. You know, we talked about, I think you mentioned it wasn't a big deal because it's only 2 more people than were there, but that was way too many people that were sort of illegally in a house, as opposed to the single-family house that was supposed to be. And I think that's what people are hoping for, is that it will return to be some type of single-family home, which is in keeping with these homeowners' homes. And I know they get to choose that, you know, whether or not that's what they want to do. But I think what you're feeling here tonight is this collective angst about putting 12 people, probably any 12 people, in these tiny little apartments on what should be maybe a single-family lot. I think we all know people aren't going to stay in a little tiny apartment. They're going to be outside, and that was a lot of what was going on before, is there are people milling about. We talked about, you know, somebody mentioned there's on-street parking.
Yeah.
There's been on-street parking. My mother's car got hit parked there by a resident. It's really tight there, and adding 12 more people who will certainly have family and friends, as anybody should, it's just going to, it just doesn't matter who those people are. It's a lot of people for these folks to have as neighbors. So I guess I would.
It's still better than a meth house, though, isn't it?
Sure, but I don't think you guys authorized a meth house to go onto that lot at any point.
Well,
Just because there were terrible tenants there,
I know.
what they want is a nice single-family home across the street from them.
I would too. I absolutely would too if I lived there.
And I think it is a giant piece of property the building to be on that small lot. I mean, if you look at that in comparison to what was there, you know, it's pretty significant. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you. In the back, come on up.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
First, I want to thank the board for their time. Mike Little, 16 Charles Street here in Laconia. I've been a resident here for about 22 years. I just want to address that the applicants are actually asking for a lot of waivers and variances, and I think those should be the areas that you really focus on. You're pigeonholing a building into a very small lot, you all know that, but you're making the decisions on whether you're going to allow the variances for parking, allow them the waiver of the economic, impact plan. All these little pieces that, you know, keep on adding up, just a pigeonhole development in there. Some other items, and I do want you to keep in mind that the people that they're talking about renting to are typically higher users of our police and fire department. It's just a statistic that's real, and I appreciate what they're doing. So I think that should be done. I also agree with the parking. I think this was brought up, I talked to some members back in February about changing the way the flow of traffic is. There's not a single person here that won't tell you that what's being proposed and what the potential is there can really impact the flow of traffic. And I would almost propose that we do make Bay Street a one-way street south, and Charles Street a one-way street east, and the first part of Winnisquam Ave a one-way street west. It would still create a circle. Your fire trucks can still come and go as they want to. And I know this isn't a matter for the planning board. This is a matter for the city council. But I'm hoping that you might be able to put it on as a part of the approval process to put it before the city council, because that's a big change. And parking on one side of the street. I can't tell you how bad it is when, and actually they already have, so I'm not gonna keep on belaboring that, but they've told you how bad it is pulling down that street. And you'd never get a fire truck down with cars parked on both sides. Just hate to say that. The other thing I wanna point out is, I don't know about the retaining wall, and maybe somebody can talk about it, but a budding neighbor that just bought a property that said she'd never buy, they have a drainage problem. They're probably not realizing it right now because that house is burnt down and there's no roof and wash off. That yard floods pretty regularly with the roof line it had before. I'm not sure with the drainage plan they have whether that yard will be able to handle a 100-year flood type of rain. I know that neighbor's not here, kind of speaking on their behalf, but I've lived here long enough to see what can happen down there. And I heard them mention that the water all does drain off into the neighbor's yard. So I thought it was important to address. I think that's about it for me. Like I said, oh, I did want to ask, is one handicap parking space ADA compliant? What's that?
The gentleman that presented it to us is saying yes.
It is, one spot is ADA compliant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, but please keep in mind what you're approving for the exceptions and that such a thing, because you guys can make a decision based on those to not approve, and we
We
can avoid
certainly
the whole
need
thing.
to take into consideration all the comments that we've received tonight, too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the board's time.
Come on up.
Yeah, Gail Ober, Ward 5, Lafayette Street. My only recommendation to the board is that maybe you condition the parking spaces that are going to be owned right now by both things. It's stronger than a condition, maybe some sort of a deed transfer, legal encumbrance. There's a lot of lawyers in the room. Someone else can do that. Other than that, it's a legitimate concern for, I think, that neighborhood. So something stronger than just conditional permit for one property. I'd like to see, you know,
You'd certainly require that.
require some sort of a legal transfer of those things or something that's deeded, something like that, if you go
Parking
forward with it. Okay, thank you.
Good idea, Gail. Thank you. There were some folks in the back. Come on up. You want to be heard?
Hello, how do you do?
Hi.
My name is Freeman Toth. I manage the Housing Stability Department for the Belknap Merrimack Community Action Program and directly oversee the street outreach team from the city of Manchester to Meredith. If you sleep under the stars, I'm what you get. So, I got a couple of points here. I actually just want to give some financial statistics along with some housing statistics. We have a healthy housing vacancy rate when you have 5%. Right now in our good state, we have 0.01. So 1/10 of 1%, let's call that zero in basic layman terms. My team, which is a team of 4 people, I'm also the auxiliary supervisor for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. In the city of Laconia, this is not my catchment, I repeat, this is the city of Laconia. My team of 4 people has dispersed $221,000 in rental assistance in this program year, which for me on most programs is, let's call it June to June or July to July. The years run a little messy because of the way the different grant cycles go. Most of mine are on that cycle, $221,000 that has been infused into your community in rental assistance. It benefits directly some of the people standing behind me. The ERA department, which I was the auxiliary supervisor for, $4.8 million if I add on that $221,000 that my team has in regular funding. So to say that we are invested in the city of Laconia, in your community, is an understatement. Most people don't realize what CAP is. We're Meals on Wheels. We're WIC. We're the USDA food commodities that deliver to your food pantries. We are the street outreach department. We are the housing stability department. We are Head Start, which is early childhood development and care and education, home visitors. And Lakes Region Mental Health, what they're doing is helping to solve a greater issue. Everybody behind me has suffered from the symptoms of poverty. When you have a house like that was over capacity and unsupervised, you have events in the community that are unacceptable. I am from the city of Manchester. I also experienced homelessness as a college student 23 years ago. I rented from people that own lots of properties, and as such, they have a lot of leverage. What we are here to do and what they are attempting to do is create additional supply in the marketplace so that people that would never be able to get housing because of their income, because property owners and agents do things like say, even though it's illegal to do this, they say you need to make 3 times the rent in order to live here. I've heard those words come out of many property owner agents in this community, directly from their mouth. I'm the one cutting the checks to them. When they fall behind on rent, they are more than happy to take money from CAP, more than happy to take money from your welfare, But when we ask to build property to solve the problem, to mitigate the Main Street issues, and that's what I think we're all here concerned about today. I'm from Manchester, by the way. You know, and, but I did have my honeymoon right here in Laconia, so it's kind of a special place to me. And lived right outside of town when my dad lost his home when I was a teenager. So for what it's worth, I think that we need this. I think that they have put in a lot of thoughtful and careful planning. I won't deny that these parking concerns are real concerns. Parking is definitely a concern. You know, I've been ticketed in front of my own house in the city. That's unacceptable. People should never have their cars dinged. You're allowed to own nice things, and you should feel comfortable walking outside your home. But the fact of the matter is mental illness is a real thing. Housing is a basic need, and when we ignore those basic needs, we have outcomes like, you know, the woman who spoke about the 19 pages of police reports. Well, I work directly with the police department here in Laconia every day to mitigate concerns like that about persons that are experiencing homelessness. But the fact of the matter is we're dropping our brothers, our mothers, our sisters, our fathers into this experience, and we're expecting that they're going to behave like we do when we have shelter. So by providing this type of housing, property values aren't going to go down, they're only going to go up. The fact of the matter is, when you start having good housing, you stop seeing some of those symptoms of poverty, things that all of us like to complain about, like missing bicycles or extra police calls to residents. The fact of the matter is these tenants, unlike the previous property, will be screened properly. So it won't be 10 people living in a house that's suitable for, I don't know how many bedrooms it used to have. It will be 12 people living in a home designed for 12 people. Small as it may be, we all need to adjust what our standards are for housing, because either we need to choose to continue to trip on people on Main Street and complain about crime, defecation on stoops and doorsteps, or we need to choose to take a bold unilateral action now. Have a good day.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Don House. I'm the president of the board for Belknap House, which is a neighbor just up the street.
Right.
I just want to say that Laconia needs more housing. I think you're all aware that you just heard that, you know, the available housing is less than 1%, so that's important that you get more housing. As an example, I know there's been concern expressed about the density of housing, but if you look at Belknap House, we have 19 people in a single home there, and I don't think you have heard any problems from Belknap House. So I think what makes the difference is who's managing it and the type of case management that's provided. And Belknap House partners with Lakes Region Mental Health and Lakes Region Community Developers, and we've had excellent experience partnering with them, and we believe that this would make a difference in Laconia. So I hope Laconia approves this process and this planning, because I think it will make a difference for Laconia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public that wish to be heard?
Yes. I'm Kathy Bowler. I am the Director of Finance and Operations at Laconia Housing. Tom Cochran couldn't be here this evening for personal reasons, but asked me to present this information to you. I think that I can provide information to you that is concrete, whereas you're hearing about missing housing. I can tell you how much housing is needed. At Pearly Pond, we have a 220-person wait list for housing. At Sunrise Towers, we have 512 people looking for housing. At the Tavern, we have 142 people looking for housing. And at Normandin Square, we have 720 people looking for housing. Those are real numbers of people who have applied for housing and we don't have housing for. So those are concrete information for you. In addition to that, I'll also tell you that I worked in a mental health environment for 5 years of my career. I know that emergency services are available to people after hours. I know that having somebody on site providing daily case management makes a huge difference to the care of people, and will make a difference to these people. So I understand the neighbors' concerns, but I can tell you that community services in the community will help the people who need the housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? No double dipping. It's 10 minutes, it's at 15 after 10 right now.
Hello, thank you for this moment in time. I'm grateful to be here in support of this proposal. The Lakes Region Community Developers, Carmen Lorenz has worked, I've worked with her closely through Belknap House. I'm executive director there, and I'm a resident of Laconia. And I've seen in action, because they've also worked with families that we serve who have had issues and needed to have some support services that we're speaking of. Housing may not just be individuals, these were parts of families, and they were children and also adults. We partner as well closely with Lakes Region Mental Health Center, as Don spoke of. But I think that the idea is there is the programs, the oversight, the compassionate services, and the strong boundaries and accountability are all tied into what they do. There isn't any like, oh, well, what they're doing now, it's okay, we're gonna turn an eye. It is not. It is about safety of everyone involved, including neighbors. And again, I could speak directly to that, and I am really privileged to be able to speak on behalf of them because they're incredible. Providing housing for people who lack housing should not be an issue. Why is it an issue? It is, you've heard statistics, thank you so much for that, but supportive services for tenants who need to learn and grow and learn additional ways to be tenants and be able to live independently. Why can't they have that opportunity? And why can't they have those services that will happen with very strong professional and capable and being capable hands? They all have a strong track record, but what I want to say is, the common phrase, it takes a village, is not really a slogan, it's real and true. There isn't any group, economic group, that you will be that part of the village and help support this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That we have in this town, in our city. But what I can speak to is the reputation and quality of the organization that Lakes Region Community Developers is. As a board member, I'm able to go to these properties and see how we manage them, to see the tenants that are there, to see how they impact the properties around them. I understand the concerns of the butters, I do. I would have those same concerns if it were next to one of my properties. Having said that, I can tell you that if this were next to one of my properties, I would be proud to have it. I do hear the concerns of the abutters saying, listen, of all the police calls from that house. What we try to do is not come in and take properties away that could be developed, in the private sector. We come in to improve communities and have good neighbors. The reputation for this organization is long withstanding among people of all different types. And I think that a lot of you know that, the reputation that we have. So we aren't looking to come in to take advantage of a burnt property. We're looking to come in and add value to the community by providing a much needed service. I've gone to the homelessness forums and things like that, and there's rarely a time when we say, here is something that we can do to try and address this. Now, obviously, this isn't going to solve the problem, but for those people who we are able to provide services for, it has a real chance. So I'd just like you to consider the reputation of this organization and the people that work for it as you hear everybody's. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bassett. Is there anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Corey Hoyt. I'm a resident of Laconia. I'm also a former resident of the neighborhood that we're talking about. I lived over on Lindsay Court by Memorial Park, and so I ran down Bay Street quite a bit over to the Wild Trail, and have a real respect for this neighborhood as well. I'm also a board member of Lakes Region Community Developers. And I just had 2 points that I wanted to share with you, just to summarize. First, this is really a noteworthy and responsible partnership between Lakes Region Community Developers and Lakes Region Mental Health Services. We're not just building a property, we're giving it the proper infrastructure to support the people that are going to be living there. And lastly, by supporting this project, you're also giving 12 people the opportunity to live in a really stable environment, in a healthy home. And so as someone who lived and owned property in this area, I would just like to voice support for something that could be very positive for Laconia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that wishes to be heard on this application? This will be the last at 10:22.
Good evening, everyone. I will
Hi.
keep this very brief. My name is Daisy Pierce. I am the Executive Director of Navigating Recovery on Court Street, and I'm here in support of this project. We are one of the organizations that partners with Lakes Region Community Developers at Compass House, which was mentioned earlier, the 8-bedroom house for women in recovery. And so I can say firsthand that by providing supportive housing, we are making an incredible difference in our community for the people who live there. I can also reiterate what Carmen said. We have 8 women and only a certain number of parking spaces. We have never had an issue with that many vehicles in the parking lot. This population with this income very rarely has enough to also have a car payment. So I understand the concerns of having 12 cars and additional traffic on the street, but we just don't see that at Compass House at all. And so just, to reiterate what people have said tonight, like this supportive housing is incredibly important for the 12 individuals who will live there. Lakes Region Community Developers does have an incredible reputation, and I can only see this being a benefit to the community and the area in which these people will live. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing at 10:23. Staff, what have you got to say?
Well, there are 2 conditional use permits. Well, actually, I'm not sure that the performance zoning is actually a conditional use permit. So there's site plan review. There are 3 components: site plan review, the conditional use permit for the alternative parking, and the performance zoning. The performance zoning allows the board to basically review the application independent of certain requirements within the zoning ordinance. Setbacks, building height, parking, those are all some of them. I believe that they have already been in front of the board and got the authorization to come through under the performance zoning.
They did their initial presentation, which was the first step. Then they came back with the formal application, and we sent them back to the drawing board, I believe, because of the, no? Because of the
2
parking.
conceptuals, and then this is the
Oh,
formal.
the second conceptual was in response to our comments from the first one, that's what it was. But I would also say that since performance zoning was enacted in 2019, it's been used many times. This is the first time that anyone has ever objected to the use, the high density requirement. Because this is the first low income performance zoning proposal that has come before this board, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Barton's Hotel, those $1 million condos, they all had, there were 32 units on a lot that under traditional zoning would only have allowed 6, I think, or 8.
Yeah, it wasn't very many, but then they did the performance zoning and came in with quite a few.
Lakeport.
The Opera House.
The Opera House.
Almost all of Lakeport has these performance zoning.
All the development that's going on Elm Street, these are all gonna be high-end condos, shops, commercial establishments. So I hear your, I know you weren't here for those
Right.
prior conceptuals, but what I think it's important to bring up that other background too. This is indeed the first time that performance zoning has been used for a targeted, extremely underprivileged group that is in dire need of housing.
So the board needs to act on the conditional use permit for the purpose of alternative parking. So there'd be 6 spaces on site, an additional 6 spaces on another property owned by the applicant, and it's located within about 100 feet of the subject parcel. And then it would be,
And we could include as a condition of approval that there be a permanent parking easement
yes.
granted by the
By the
grantor,
applicant.
the owner of the parcel on Fair Street,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. If they do the alternative parking for the 6 spots at the other site, does that other site now not have enough parking to meet their own requirement if they were to, if it was to,
Well, they're also in the performance zone.
but they don't have any CUP for performance zoning,
No, they don't.
and they would have to do a significant improvement or development to the lot to make use of a CUP.
Well, so how many parking spaces do you need for a commercial office?
It's an office.
It's an office building. It's not a retail location or residential.
At the moment.
Well, at the moment, under the current use, yeah. That's I think Rob's question. Will they now have enough parking? Representative Bean brought that up as well.
Because I think we all voiced concern, even at the conceptual, that we had concerns with the density and parking as well. So I think they're very valid concerns, especially looking at the character of the neighborhood. And as was brought up by most abutters, if we look at the character of the neighborhood, the abutters across the street are all single family, and the abutter to the rear is a single family, and the abutter to the north is single family. And then you have a duplex to the north, the northeast corner there. And then to the south, you have the only multifamily in that neighborhood.
Right.
So I think we need to look at the overall neighborhood when we're thinking about granting that CUP.
Okay. So did we get an answer to the question that was pending?
The requirement is 1 space, just lost it again. 1 space for every 250 square feet of gross floor area.
Okay. So how many square feet are you using at the Fair Street?
Why are you calling it Fair Street? It's on Bain Court.
Bain Court.
Court Street.
Court Street, all right. Kept saying Fair Street.
That's fair.
I'll slap you if you do that again.
14 spaces is required.
And how many do they have?
There's 12 there now.
Okay, so you don't have enough parking for the existing use on that site, and you're gonna have to dedicate 6 spaces to another site 100 feet away.
So we do have enough parking for our use. This didn't come up at the conceptual when you approved the concept where we stated the 6 on-site and 6 at 193 Court Street.
I don't think there was a CUP for
There wasn't,
off-site
no.
parking though, so we wouldn't have reviewed that. Because what we're asking for now is for the CUP, which then will reduce the spaces where your headquarters is, which would require a variance, which wouldn't be part of a CUP unless you did some significant development.
So what does that mean?
So I think in order for us to grant the CUP for the alternative parking, they would need to get a variance for parking,
Probably, yeah.
For the other,
for the other lot.
In
right.
other words, we can't approve off-site parking if the off-site parking easement would make your current use
Non-conforming.
non-conforming.
Okay.
So that's a problem. I think I would echo the comments that some of the other people have said here. This is a great idea. Why does it have to be here? Why this lot? I mean,
Oh, we've been looking for years for a site to do a project like this, and there's just not a lot available for sale, unfortunately, that would fit with this model in terms of the funding that we can get. So it's been very difficult to find. That's our biggest constraint right now,
does
is
the
finding
city
sites.
have any surplus land right now?
I suspect we do, but I'm not sure.
There's a big lot down on South Street, isn't there?
I can't
Where the
tell-
sledding hill is?
I can't tell you.
So, I think we've, do you have anything more that you want to add as far as,
With
Are
the
you-
exception of the parking issue, the board has flexibility because of the performance zoning.
except that it doesn't, I don't believe that the performance zoning ordinance doesn't allow us to grant an approval that would put another property into
Correct,
non-compliance.
they would have to,
And that's what we're looking at
they
here.
would have
There's not
to
enough.
get the variance
Right.
first from the
If the
parking.
building was smaller, if there were fewer occupants, they would have sufficient spaces. For example, if there were only 6 tenants, then they would only be required to have how many spaces? It's 1.5 per unit, isn't it?
That's correct.
I mean, even with performance zoning, it's a very, very tight fit on a small lot.
How large is the office building? How many lots are required at this office building?
How many parking spaces? I think they just said
12.
12.
And they have 12.
They have 12.
But they
The
wanna get
zoning
6.
ordinance
If they-
requires 14.
So to approve this
I understand.
this one, we would have to put this one into non-compliance. Okay? So I think everyone in the room knows that I think this is a great idea. I think it's a great way to address a very real need. I've attended all of these task force meetings. Nothing concrete's come out of it, except for this. This is the only thing I've seen, you know? It isn't so much that there's gonna be a staff person there to supervise, but a lot of people are homeless because they actually need, like, social workers to guide them through the process of obtaining financial assistance. They need groups like CAP and, you know, your organization and mental health.
Is the board comfortable allowing us to have fewer than 12 spaces under performance zoning? Again, we will have a 30-year land use restriction agreement. We can only serve the population under that. And we can do a longer-term agreement with the city if you would like for a restriction. I mean, we only proposed 12 because I think we said, well, then there's at least 1 per unit. But all the experience that we have and all of our partners have working with this population, we know for a fact that they're not gonna, most of them are not gonna have cars. So it would be a shame for this project to die over an issue that's not really an issue. And I know the concern is, well, what happens if the use changes later? And what I'm saying is, as an organization, we're okay committing I mean, with New Hampshire Housing, we sign 99-year land use restriction agreements
I
on a
think-
regular basis.
I think that if the proposal were to change so that you have 12 units, but only 6 of them will have parking spaces, and you take out the off-site parking, then that way, some people are gonna know they can't have a car. Some people are gonna know they can have a car. But at least all the parking will be on site. You'll still have the same number of tenants. We could approve that under conditional use, under the performance zoning, but we can't approve a performance zoning proposal that would put another parcel into noncompliance. Right?
I think that, if I can make a suggestion, that the board continue the application to next month and let the applicant explore the possibility of applying for a variance. Weigh out that option.
I do.
Counselor?
And they do too.
Carmen said.
I feel obligated to say I'm gonna vote against this. And the reason I am is not the quality, but the quantity. I'm okay with the quality of what they wanna do. I just think in that neighborhood, 12 more people is not fair to the neighbors, it's not fair to the area. I can't vote for this because of the size of it. If they cut back to 6 people, not 6 people that can have cars, because I've been around long enough to know just because you make a rule they can't have a car, doesn't mean they won't have a car. They'll just park on the street, because they can do that. And 25 years of being a cop, I can tell you that's what's gonna happen. I've dealt with the homeless population. I understand there are folks that need help. I also know there's a lot of folks in that group who don't want help. They want a free place to stay, but they're not really interested in getting a lot of help. My only point is, cut this back to a manageable size, I'll vote for it. But until it's a manageable size, I can't do that, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I would agree with you to a point, but I think you're forgetting the vetting process that these tenants would go through. They would not be the people that you used to arrest back in the day.
Yep. You may be right, Mr. Chairman.
Well, bad things can happen.
Yes, and I'm an old timer, so things have changed, but.
Well, it's 10:39 PM. We've had an extraordinarily long public hearing.
I'd move to table the issue till the next meeting.
If we table it, will we have another, we will be required to have another public hearing, will we not? Yeah,
That's okay.
all right.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to table and a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes?
Can I just interject? I'd ask that they think about cutting back numbers.
I think they heard that.
Okay.
So I just want to, because there was such concern about all this police activity and everything before, I've been under the impression that your ship is run pretty clean, and I would encourage you to bring some sort of documentation from the police department to, in fact, back that up, that your properties don't have 19 police reports in a matter of whatever the timeline is. I can totally understand the neighbors' concerns about that, but you're proposing something totally different, or, different results from your management team. So I would just encourage you to, if you can get that type of stuff, to be able to say, here's what we do, and here's the results of what we do.
But I want similar population and similar density.
That's fine.
Not what's
They
going on
got-
at River
They
Edge.
got places that are pretty crowded, so either way.
Yep.
The suggestion from planning was that the applicant could seek a variance on the parking. Where do they get that?
CBA.
ZBA. There you go.
All right, there's a motion on the table to table. There's a motion to table pending. Any further discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor? Opposed? One opposed, two opposed. Motion carries. We're tabled. Moving along now to number 11, request for compliance hearing, right? 224 Endicott Street, East Development. I think have all received a copy of the packet that we received. From Sundown Condominium Association.
Yes, my name is Charles Miley. I represent the board of Sundown Condominiums. Let me just open with, well, thank you for your patience, please.
Thank you for your patience.
This map we'll be referring to, you all have a copy of it in your packet. This represents us in pink. The two buildings we'll be talking about, building 59 and 63, they're labeled. And here you have the site with the three condominium buildings at Granite Gate Estate. And this yellow line leads the drainage system, the catch basin, et cetera, back to a proposed but not yet constructed retention pond at the northeast corner of the property. You also have a copy of the Dubois King Water Management Study done in August of 2022. And you have sets of pictures of the 4 pages of pictures of different aspects of the drainage issue that we are addressing.
What does HDPE stand for?
High density polyethylene pipe, plastic pipe.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
I knew it was a material, I just couldn't figure out which one.
As an abutter, and I've given you my opening statement.
Yes, sir.
Follow
We have
along the
that.
bouncing ball. As a major abutter to Granite Gate Estates, 224 Endicott Street East, the Board of Directors of the Sundown Condominium Association has repeatedly asked the City of Laconia's Planning Board, going back to July and August of 2022, to enforce their own decisions with regard to creating properly engineered surface water drainage from Granite Gate Estates into the property of Sundown Condominiums. The retention, detention pond, and completed drainage system, in our opinion, has not been finished by the developer, RM Clarendon, nor tested, even not following the city-mandated Dubois and King engineering review of August 29th, 2022. Over the last 2 years, from the spring, summer of 2021 until today, 2023, we have very patiently tried to work within the system, working cooperatively with various City of Laconia agencies and personnel, such as the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Planning Board, and Laconia Department of Public Works. Why? We've even worked with the New Hampshire Department of Transportation last summer to remedy shoulder runoff along both sides of 11B. To be modest, we've done a lot of work. Frankly, only our efforts with DOT have been fully successful. They followed through and did what they said they were going to do, even doing more. Brief history. I hate to bore you. Beginning in the spring of 2021, as the construction of Granite Gate Estates was in full swing with excavation and removal of soil and rock, thus disturbing the groundwater flow and creating massive new surface runoff, in our opinion. By the spring of 2022, there were multiple periods of heavy large ponding of water behind buildings 59 and 63. And you can see at the second page or so, there's pictures of that damage going back to 2022.
I certainly hope you're not gonna read us the whole report.
Well, I
We
can
have
go
it.
over more history, but we did appear before the zoning board last June. And one of the clauses was, the requested use will not overload any public water system, nor will there be any significant increase in stormwater runoff onto adjacent property or streets. We argued that that applied to the variance they were seeking, to build a third building. Going into August 2022, August 29th, Dubois and King was, July 12th, 2022, we met with the planning board, and the planning board stated, among other things, a gutter system to be completed and demonstrated to be functional for all buildings. A detention pond in the rear northeast corner must be increased in size, and a third-party study of applicant's drainage plans. And that was done, and I quote from page 5 of the Dubois and King review, item number 3. The development calls for additional storm drain pipe and catch basins to intercept on-site storm flows and direct them to the proposed discharge location on the northeast corner of the property. I'm quoting, "This is a critical observation, as currently any stormwater flows that are collected between Endicott Street, Cross Culvert, and on-site impervious surfaces discharge at a catch basin location and are subject either to sheet flow, shallow of water concentrated, or infiltration to groundwater and presumably flow into a northeast direction toward sundown." And that study also said on page 9, number 5 and 6, that they would say that a alternative or downspout connected to gutters for rooftop drainage already has been done on number 2. But the retention pond is not complete, nor is the system tested as designed.
So
Fast
can I-
forward
can
to
I stop you for
2023.
one second?
Yes, Peter.
We're here on a compliance hearing that's been noticed. When was this filed, and was a copy given to the abutting property owner?
No.
Okay, so how can they respond to this, which we just got today?
This is old news. This is what we said. I'm reiterating things that happened.
All right, what I want you to understand is a compliance hearing is someone comes forward and complains about another property being in non-compliance with their conditional approval, right?
Okay.
That requires them to have some opportunity in advance of the hearing in advance of the public, our meeting, to respond to it.
But I'm saying that you told them last summer what to do, and they haven't done it.
Okay, and I get that, and I understand that, but this whole packet of material was not even given to them. Did it not occur to you that they might want to see it?
It occurs to me that they knew already they hadn't complied.
Well, yes, but I mean, this document that you're referring to, yes, we have all seen the Du Bois and King report.
And
yes,
so have they.
There's no disagreement about what recommendations were made. But what we need to do is determine whether or not they did in fact comply with the specific conditional use permit at question, not the history of the site. And I don't know how they can do it tonight if they haven't even seen the charging document, as it were.
I'm not sure I understand the logic of that, given the fact that they already were told what to do by both their own engineering firm, North
You're
Point
asking
Engineering.
us to find them in non-compliance, shouldn't they have an opportunity to prepare a response?
I see.
It's
I see.
not logic, it's justice, it's fairness.
Yeah.
It's due
Well,
process.
We look at, it's not been fair to us that it wasn't done as stated, and it's affected our property value.
I understand that, but by not providing them with this in advance, and by only filing it today, neither the board nor the applicant are prepared to go forward with a compliance hearing. Don't you see that?
I do.
If you showed up at court and the sheriff served you with papers and said, you're on trial in 5 minutes, what would you think?
But they knew this already. This
Well,
was
of course they knew.
documented.
They know what you've
Asked to
been.
do.
We are aware of it as well, but it's going to require some sort of a fair hearing on the issue, on the facts
Okay.
regarding the compliance. I see, these are historic documents.
And the fact that they didn't comply has resulted in new events of flooding this spring and summer.
Okay, and that would be of great interest to both us and the abutting property owner.
Well, I met dutifully with Kathy in June 9th, and we went over this. I met with Nate Gurek at the Assistant Director of DPW, and told him the very same things. And I didn't think I was hiding anything from anybody.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm
I
just
know.
saying it never occurred to you that they would be wanting to respond to this. Kathy, can you help me out here? I mean, was there an actual document that was filed at some point as a written complaint?
For tonight's discussion?
Yeah.
There was an email. Was there anything with that email? Just the email?
Just the email, then all the other
Right.
emails.
So it was just the email that Mr. Miley sent on Monday, June 26th.
Okay. And did that detail what sections of the conditional use permit were violated? Does it say what the violations were?
No, it does not. He just says topics, I'll read it to you. This is to formally request that the Sundown Condominium Association, Nestledown Drive, Laconia, New Hampshire, be placed on the planning board agenda meeting of July 11th, 2023. Mr. Chairman, there's a little sidebar conversation that's a little distracting when I'm trying to read on this. The topics under concern are the drainage issues, construction of a required retention pond, City of Laconia's enforcement of prior planning board statements are the property of Ram Clarendon, Granite Gate Estates, 224 Endicott Street East, and the complaints from Sundown Condominium Association dating from spring of 2021 through spring of 2023. Please use photos given to Kathy Manisi on June 13th. And those are included in this packet. They got copies of them as well.
Okay, and then those documents, do you know whether those documents were forwarded to Granite Gate Estates?
Yeah,
You did?
this part, yeah.
The email.
The email was, okay. And I'm just trying to confirm, this document says statement of Sundown, that was filed today? Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you to have a seat for a second. Is there a representative here from Granite Gate Estates?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, David Plunkett, representing the applicant. We were not given the courtesy of any of these documents that were presented to you tonight. This project is still under development. We have 4 to 6 weeks to go before it's to be completed. I've been in touch on numerous occasions with Attorney Garth Corriveau, who represents the applicant, including a couple of emails in the last few weeks. No indication at all of, here are the issues, can you address this is our concerns, anything else. We have a system that is being constructed in compliance with the design as approved by the board. And the August 2022 peer review report was part of our discussion last year. So this is an ongoing development.
Right.
Again, we're 4 to 6 weeks away. So I've been in touch, I mean, we have an agreement that we sent to them as per the request of the board that we did back in September, October. And I've been going back and forth with Attorney Corvo saying, where is it? Do we have it? Is it signed? What's going on?
I'm gonna ask you about that.
Yeah, and it's always a matter, then it was, oh, well, they're waiting, they indicate that there's something going on with the town that's gonna be determined in spring. Then I spoke to, and I'm sorry if I remember Nate, I can't recall his last name, I'm sorry, the fog of 15-hour day is, but he told me that, well, he'll look into it. This is just a couple of weeks ago. And he said, well, they're going to determine that the town may take on the cost of the camera scoping of the lines. And so then I said, well, okay, that's fine, but our agreement is that, hey, if it's there, then we'll pay proportionate and, let's still get it signed. But nothing, nothing in terms of, oh, by the way, my clients have these questions, could you please address them? And again, we're not in compliance. How can we not be in compliance if the project hasn't been completed yet? No courtesy of providing us this information, providing information to their attorney, responding to, if you want, Mr. Chairman, I'll send you the dates of the emails that I sent to.
I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I recall that the board basically expected that the abutters would work this out. And knowing that this was an ongoing project, knowing that the city has the responsibility of assuring your client's compliance with the conditional use permit, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
we're ready and.
So what I would suggest that we do is that we set this up for a compliance hearing in 4 weeks, the next meeting, by which time your project will be substantially completed.
Yep.
By which time you will have had plenty of time to review in detail all the documents that were submitted today by sundown and respond to them point by point. Then maybe we can make a decision as to whether or not your client's in compliance. But I don't think we can do it. With all fairness to you, sir, I know that you're very passionate about this, but we have to give them a due process. There has to be an opportunity to be heard here. Yes?
Yes.
Come on up. And you've been dying to say something.
Yes, I'm Mark Ranoff, I'm the president of Sundown. I was here last year when we.
I remember you, sir. Thank you.
Anyhow, I think a couple things. The attorney is talking about the sewer inspection agreement, which is part of their condominium documents that they need to file and so forth. We have been, Charles has worked his due diligence with the DPW and all. That, there's a public hearing, I believe Saturday, to talk about this. This is gonna be an inspection program that's gonna really kick off in 2025, as I understand, but there's gonna be an info hearing on that. There's no rush to judgment on that. We have paid our attorney $8,000 already to work on this issue of the sewer agreement. We have a draft. Other condo groups in Laconia have contacted us. They'd like to see this. No, they're not gonna see this because we have a lot of skin in the game, okay? So that's a separate issue. That's for another discussion.
Right.
The issue here is, and I have to correct the department chair or director. I sent an email on April 19th to Dean Trefethan with photographs complaining about soil erosion and washout against the 59 building, specifically 59D. That building had all of the soil below the deck and against the foundation completely washed out into their air conditioning unit. And I sent photographs. I called the office at least 3 times, left messages, and
Did
then
anybody from the city come out and do an inspection?
I don't know. I kept calling, and then obviously we know what happened with the former director of the department. So I think that got lost in the shuffle here. Okay, bad timing, whatever. But the point is, we're good homeowners, taxpayers in Laconia. It's a wonderful condominium. It's a beautiful spot. We want to protect it. We're looking for your board to help us protect it. Okay, we want to be good neighbors. We want him to make money. I don't have any ill will or anything like that. We just want to protect our investments and our condominium, okay? And we are asking for help. I shouldn't have a homeowner, irate homeowner calling me or texting me, emailing me that they have to shovel out the air conditioning. I asked the city in that email, and it's somewhere in the system because I got a return on that it was received. What's Laconia going to do about this? This, and Charles, professor or teacher, as you can tell, did his homework to the nth degree, and we all owe him a debt of gratitude. I'm sorry, I'm tired too. I don't know how you people have the stamina for this. But all the historical aside, there is the Dubois King report.
Yep.
It has recommendations. It is public.
Certainly does.
They have it, you have it, we have it. There are concerns in there. We just want to make sure this is done correctly, and we shouldn't have this kind of washout and damage to the soil and the foundation. So you guys know the protocols. I don't. I apologize. But we want to protect Sundown.
We understand that, absolutely understand that. I hope you understand the point that I'm trying to make. If we are to find them in non-compliance, then we essentially need to have some sort of evidentiary presentation. Rich?
And I may be off a little bit, but when we approved units 5 and 6, and we talked about the bigger catch base and all that, didn't we approve a third-party audit?
Yeah,
like weekly or something for stormwater and erosion controls?
Yeah.
Is that not, wasn't they supposed to
That
do
was,
monthly?
my recollection is it was done.
I thought they were supposed to do monthly
That was
approvals
Du Bois
or-
and King.
or something like that.
That's the Du Bois and King report. That was the third-party review.
But I thought
And
we were.
what they're saying is
I
that
thought we scheduled like
should-
monthly
The
stormwater.
developer has not complied with all the recommendations.
Well, I do know our conservation person was supposed to go out and do weekly erosion control inspections on that site as part of the approval.
Who was supposed to?
The conservation person. It's part of like most any of our previous approvals that we had that required a wetland CUP.
Okay, did our conservation person identify any?
I don't know, I left in August.
Yeah.
That's what, it just got approved. So,
All right,
it was
well,
right. I only got so much knowledge.
regardless of the timing of everything, we're not gonna be able to reach a reasonable, rational, and fair decision about compliance tonight. I'm sure that you will continue to document if there is any further stormwater damage to your properties. I understand that. That's also a civil matter that you can pursue, and I know you've got attorney's fees, but I'm also hearing their attorney saying that your attorney's not responding to
Well-
their efforts to settle.
Well, it's not an issue of settling. They're looking for us to sign the joint sewer inspection agreement, and we were basically told to throttle back by the city because they were trying to sort out when this was gonna go into effect, what the rules, the
So
inspection
the ball's in
criteria.
the DPW's court.
To an extent, that's correct.
Right, okay. Well, they're not here tonight either, and we don't have a report from them. And so, I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to continue this until next hearing, next meeting, which is gonna be in August. August 1st, which, by the way, will be just a couple of weeks before they expect the project to be finished. So
Can you tell us what you ask of us to do?
well, I think since it's a compliance hearing, what it means is you would have to have a copy of the conditional use permit that they received and specify the things in the CUP that they are not in compliance with. You have evidence here, you presented it to us, too late for us to adequately review it. And without an opportunity for them to review it and to respond. You may have been paying a lot of money to your attorney, and I get that, but it doesn't sound like there's a lot of attorney communication going on
Never
here.
got involved in the drainage issue.
No, the
Okay.
attorney is simply
Just for
drafting
that-
our
for that
sewer inspection
thing.
agreement.
I get
That's what that is all
I
about.
understand that. But, we really can't proceed tonight.
Now, can I ask one question of clarification? For this SWIP inspection, how does that work, and who do we contact about having the city of Laconia do that? I have no idea.
I mean, the conservation
Yeah, I mean, 'cause
inspection, we're not sure, I'm not sure at this point. Kathy, so, is our, conservation tech, she's looking, okay. You have to understand, as I'm sure you do, that Kathy is our interim director.
Understood.
And our former director is, and no longer here.
Understood.
I bet his computer's no longer here either, and many of his emails may have gotten misplaced.
There was someone I spoke to, a woman, I don't know if it was her or someone else, that double-checked that they got the email with the photos I had
Okay.
sent, and they said they did.
Well, we will, we will look into that
You have
too.
that.
I mean, obviously, the communication here is key, but,
No, we renominate.
all right, so
Thank you.
it was on the agenda, so when we need a motion, let's table this.
They can't
Care to make a motion to table this compliance hearing?
make that motion.
By Mr. Morris, seconded by Counselor Cheney. Any discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Table.
It's very boring.
So August 1st is a continuation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, and if you haven't received anything from them prior to the, couple weeks prior to hearing it, definitely reach out to them and reach out to us to see if we've received it.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
know,
you'll take the responsibility of sending out a copy of the materials that were given.
Oh, God,
I've done it
so many times.
did you hear that? Excuse me. The interim director has said that they'll take responsibility for the sending out of the materials that you need for that. Okay.
Sir, can I ask a quick question?
No.
No, not at all?
No, thanks.
Give him a second.
In reference to what?
It's just, it's about the thing we just went through, but it's just a technical question. It has nothing to do with the compliance or anything like that. I just,
We
live
just tabled the matter.
Okay,
You can
all right.
come back in August.
Okay.
Can he ask you a technical question? Go ahead.
Okay, I was just wondering, in this situation, and I live at Sundown, in this situation, if the compliance is not met, does the liability for that stay with the developer, or does that transfer to the owners if they sell the houses?
It means their conditional use permit could be revoked.
Well,
Then
the
what
other
what
thing
happens
is-
to the owners then? Like, if they've sold the house, though, what happens then? That's what I'm just trying to understand.
I think one of the stipulations is we put in there, they couldn't get a CO for units 5 and 6 until all this was solved.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was one of the stipulations.
believe that was.
we-
Okay,
we put
okay,
forward.
okay, that makes sense, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering, because I didn't know if the liability actually transfers and then the owners are, okay, thank you.
You got
Thank you, appreciate it.
That was
Can I
a
ask one
stipulation.
levity question? Why is the lake wrong on that flag? And Paugus Bay is not on there, as far as I can tell, and that's pretty much what you got here in Laconia.
It's an ink blot.
I believe the gift.
It's an ink blot, yeah.
I believe it was a gift, and it would have been unkind to reject it due to its lack of geographic accuracy.
Well, you can have
No,
it fixed.
no, I don't work for the city anymore.
Huh?
The high school kid.
I serve
I
because
understand.
I love
All right,
it.
thank you, everybody.
He's a volunteer now.
I volunteer now.
No.
Kathy,
All right.
Kathy is the person to go to.
Buy the house on Memorial Street.
No, I'm gonna move in with my guy. Okay. So we have to do the election of officers. It's the next item on the deal.
Oh my God.
Is everybody,
Can we table that till next
and
month?
is there anybody here whose term expired? Come on, let's try to get this done. Is there anybody here whose term
gas is running out
expires
here.
within the next year?
Mine.
I don't know.
You're just up for reelection, that's all.
Well, I'm hoping that I don't
Okay.
get reelected.
That's
All
not very
right,
positive.
Well, Brett's expired.
So I would like to nominate, I am unable to continue on the board because I'm going to be moving in with my stepfather, my 95-year-old stepdad. Helping to keep him independent over in Guilford. And Mr. Everett is going to have my house, and God bless him for it.
Mr. Joseph said he's thrilled you're leaving.
I knew.
I don't wanna cause any
I
trouble.
knew that you felt that way about me from the start.
Yeah.
No comment. So,
He said something about deodorant. I
so
don't
I'm
know.
gonna nominate, I would like to, if I may, be so bold as to nominate Representative Charlie St. Clair to be the chair of the planning board.
Massive lawsuits.
He has told me he would accept this appointment.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Second.
There's a second. Now we have, so, would you like to make a campaign speech?
I can't wait for him to take over from your,
You got some big shoes to fill.
yeah.
Yeah.
My campaign speech with the first order of business with the director of the department to shorten up the agenda, so we're not here till 11 o'clock at night for having the less.
There is absolutely no way they could have prevented,
No, I'm just saying, but that's just something I think we need to look at, that's all, 'cause
And if Southdown is gonna make a presentation, don't let anybody else in the room, because that's.
Sundown.
sundown.
Same concept though.
No, I
Okay, so we have,
Oh, yeah,
I'm still a member of the board, so I'm gonna vote. So I vote for Charlie. All right, Charlie, you're the chair. So,
most importantly, the vice chair.
well, I have a great idea. I think Mr. Joseph should be the vice chair.
Now you're getting even, aren't you?
Maybe a little. I nominate you, sir. Do you accept the nomination?
I'll second that nomination.
It's been seconded.
Sure.
Right. Mr. Joseph is standing for election. All those in favor?
Are you sure?
Opposed?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations. You get your badge of office in the mail. We have, our clerk, secretary. What exactly do you do? I've always wondered.
He signs
If
plans.
He
Charlie,
signs plans because you can't get me, that's right. Yeah,
if Charlie is sick and Joseph can't make it,
yeah.
Then you're here.
then you got me.
Do you want to stand, do you want to sit up for another term?
Oh, sure.
All right, are there any further nominations?
Second.
Oh, that's second, third. Anyone else?
We still have one more piece of business.
We gotta vote.
No, don't worry
Okay.
about that one.
All in
And we'll
favor?
vote. All in favor? All right, you guys have a slate. What do we need?
I nominate Stacy.
I say we Yes, I think
I already resigned.
you already resigned?
I did.
Yeah, you're on too many things.
Yes.
You really are.
Yeah.
And Nancy was bugging
The LRPC representative, I would recommend it to any of you. They're
3
very-
years is pretty much a limit,
They're-
because they do start to repeat.
Yeah, but it's a good way to kind of network with people from other towns, and the annual dinner is usually pretty good.
Lakes Region Planning Commission.
I got a feel I'd like last time.
Why don't you've been a commissioner before, why don't you go be commissioner?
I've already done it 3 years.
He got paid.
So now you
I
get
got
3
paid,
more.
I got paid to do it then. Now I'm not getting paid. to
Well,
do
we
it.
gotta have somebody.
So Scott said that he was interested and would think about
Ooh, it's a good opportunity.
Well, where are the meetings held?
All
They're-
over. the
Different
place.
locations,
They're
right?
all over.
All over the place.
Their
I
headquarters
honestly-
is in Meredith.
They focus a lot between, Laconia got 2 meetings there. Only once did we have to go up to Plymouth.
Just keep in mind, you have to wear a tuxedo.
Then I'm out.
No, you don't have to wear a tuxedo.
Oh, all right, okay.
And it's once a month?
And they have snacks.
And it's not even all year.
They have
And they meet
snacks.
on what
How come we
day
don't
of the
have
week?
Yeah, why
It is
don't we
a
have
Monday night, the third
a budget.
Monday night of the month.
Third Monday.
Charlie, you're the chair. Get us some food. Okay. Scott, do we need a vote? Or can we, yeah? All those in favor of making Scott our LRPC representative, thank you very much.
I'm honored.
You're
Thank
now
you.
a
I'm honored.
commissioner, by the way. That is the title. You're a commissioner.
Yeah, name tag and everything.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's true. I collected mine.
Took me 4 years to get the name tag.
I never used it.
Leave.
Okay. Does the planning department wish to make a report this evening? How about the Lakes Region Planning Commission? Conservation?
Oh. Let me just see if it was worth it.
Was it worth it?
It's not worth it.
It's never worth it.
Oh, 7-Eleven, Weirs Boulevard. Remember the glamping?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
So they went in front of conservation. And so I did warn them, if they were planning on doing any blasting, that they might want to consider a third-party review. But other than that,
Where is that exactly gonna be?
oh,
Like across from Christmas Island, like up on
yes,
the hill.
that's exactly.
Oh, man, yeah. When I was in private practice
Yes,
like
the
25 years
concept.
ago, I worked
Oh,
with
that's
this
right,
guy
'cause
that
it
was
is-
gonna
it's
develop
just a
that
concept.
land.
Just the
It's
concept.
just a road that goes up, right?
So, are you guys coming in at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Okay.
Here at 8.
Maybe I'm just reluctant to give up the gavel. don't
I
know.
have a
City
30-minute
council.
I have a 30-minute presentation I need.
All right, would you?
Table it.
PowerPoint?
I do, 2 things I would like to say to the staff. One is, we briefly mentioned, but I've had other councilmen talk to me about, they would like to see a list of applicants, including the ones that are taken care of by the small committee,
Technical review.
technical review committee.
Well, the
They
technical
just like-
review committee is these applications you see. What do you mean?
I think he's referring to.
They just like a list of applications that have been presented to the planning board, so they know,
Planning Department.
what's that?
Planning Department.
Yeah, planning department, I'm sorry. The second thing I want to mention, I was discouraged tonight, and I know this is neither of your fault, but I don't think we should be having hearings about the Conservation Commission approved this or didn't approve that unless we have something in writing from the Conservation Committee. I don't think it's, because something's gonna go wrong, somebody's gonna say, well, no, that's not what we meant. I just would like to ask that in the future,
If we have something in writing, I don't recall.
So if we don't, we shouldn't.
We never got anything else in writing
Yeah,
from.
but
But I don't
they were
recall-
the ones that asked to be able to review that application.
Right.
And we granted them that.
And
And
they
then-
should report back to us.
They
I
should-
agree.
And if they
Doesn't
don't,
Concord
I
have,
don't put anything in my report.
don't they issue a
And that's
written-
fine,
If I don't have something in writing
So
from them,
they've
I
lost
do not address
all
it in
staff
my report.
going to their meetings.
okay, but you told us today that you got,
Right,
I guess today,
so you've
something in
got-
writing from them?
No.
No. So,
I didn't say anything about conservation.
okay, I
That was
apologize.
sundown.
Somebody did.
Sundown was, they hit us with all that stuff
It was
today.
tonight at the meeting when we got that.
I believe
Yeah,
the
okay.
agenda.
I would, s-
I'm not, please
let
don't
me-
think that I'm complaining about the department, because I'm not.
Paperwork.
I'm complaining about conservation.
Go
Yeah,
for it.
he
Let's
unlocks
call
it. Yeah.
okay.
Or any other board or commission.
Charlie,
It's not being
Historic District Commission,
We are still patiently waiting for the
Yeah, the
city
only people
council to
talk
act
about
on our
Conservation
changes.
Commission were
okay?
Don't say it.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be good.
And under other business, I would suggest that we simply, ignore 15.1 and hope that it reappears.
We're going to email that to you and you're going to do homework for the next meeting.
I'm not.
No, you're not.
You will by the end of the week have my
General discussion
resignation.
on rules and procedures.
Closing's
Listen,
been delayed
listen,
to the 18th.
Listen, before we all disappear though, I would like to thank Peter on behalf of everybody in the
What-
city for all the work you've been doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, very much. What I would like from you guys is, could we all assemble for a picture? Could we please? I just want to prove to my grandchildren, if my son ever impregnates anyone, that I was once the chair of the planning board.
I'll take the picture.
Peter,
I thought you would volunteer for the
No.
impregnator.
You're gonna be in the
You're part of
picture.
the board.
Stacy,
You
Clea-
can't.
Clea's gonna take this
Gather
picture.
here, we got a nice backdrop.
Karen,
Clea's
Yeah,
gonna take
right,
it.
let's just
Stacy,
gather right here.
here.
Come on.
Come on along.
Clea, go take the picture, please.
Adjourn,
Oh, we have to vote to
Motion
adjourn.
to
Motion to adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Come on, scoot, scoot, let's go.
All in
I gotta get
favor?
up at 3:30, come on.
Come on, come on.
Gather
Get
in.
together, get
Come on,
together.
come on.